On the Brooklyn Bridge tonight, voices strong, knowledge tight. Thorough Black Talk in the air, changing minds, changing flair. From Brother Tad to Sister Kate, warriors got things to say. Sister Marcia brings the heat, Brother Blacksmith keeps the beat. Revolutionary waves they fly underneath the open sky. Every word's a call to fight. Tune in, feel the ancestral line. Thursday nights, the world will see Black Power media on the spree. Facebook, YouTube, all align, breaking free from everybody. Social talk and politics, every voice breaks through the matrix. Commentary raw and true, for the many, not the few. Revolutionary waves they fly underneath the open sky. Every word's a call to fight. Tune in, feel the ancestral line. Ancestral line.
Stay strong on the bridge tonight. We got dreams and we got fight. Voices loud in the city's light. Change is coming into sight. History told by scars and pain. Echoes deep in every name. Legal truths we must reclaim. Through the storm and through the rain. Thorough Black Talk Worldview. With Brother Tad, Sister K. Sister Marcia, Brother Blacksmith. Cut the check or no vote, yeah. Justice calls from open skies. Tears that fall, ain't no disguise. Marching forward, no surprise. Strength in hearts you can't downsize. Every voice a sweet refrain. In this fight we share the strain. Through the joy and through the pain. Bound together like a chain. Thorough Black Talk Worldview. With Brother Tad, Sister K. Sister Marcia, Brother Blacksmith. Cut the check or no vote, yeah.
Brooklyn Bridge temperature's cool, but the convo's warm. You're tuned in to Thorough Black Talk Worldview.
The voice of New York City's black media, the heartbeat of the people.
History, news, current events, politics.
Stay up.
Good evening, family. Welcome to another edition of Thorough Black Talk with your Sister K Fighter, Brother Tad, Sister Marcia, and Brother Blacksmith will be joining us shortly. Tonight, Brother Blacksmith will be off. Brother Tad is running a little bit late. Sister Marcia is getting ready behind the scenes. We have with us this evening also our Brother Devine, President Devine from the U.S. Freedmen's Project, along with our sister Breuck will be joining us in a few minutes. You know, a lot has been happening this week. A lot has happened. First of all, let's get to the good news. We have a second Black national anthem, family. We have a second Black national anthem. I'm going to play that in a little bit. When I tell you this song is fire, you know what? Even better than that, When I posted it on our YouTube channel, the comments that we received overwhelmingly in support of this new anthem. That's not to say we're throwing away Lift Every Voice and Sing. We just have two anthems right now. So I posted the video that I received from our brother Mike Larry of All Viral Access Media. And I posted it on our YouTube channel on Monday. Already over 7,000 hits. So we're going to get into it. But one comment in particular was a brother who said the song reinvigorated him. He was diagnosed with a terminally ill disease, and now he feels reinvigorated after hearing that anthem. So we're going to get into that as well as some other stuff that's been going on in the news. But let's give some shout outs real quick. Our brother Russ, family in the building, Philly, what's happening? What's happening? What's happening? Sister Joyce, brother Monty, always Suffolk County on the check-in. I forgot to call y'all back too. Man, I forgot to call y'all back. Sorry about that. Sister Aruba 927, Doggy Diamond TV mods on the check-in. What's happening? What's happening? Our brother Rich Nice, Callie in the building. What's happening? What's happening? Uncle Jess, Aunt Marie, Brownsville finest. What's good? What's good? What's good? Of course, say hello to everybody in the building. Sister Pat Patterson also sent me a video. We got to play that. A fire that took place in East New York. Crown Heights, Brooklyn. That some feel is suspicious. And it just might be. So we're going to dive into that as well. What up, sis? How you doing? How you doing? How you doing? Let's get into it. So, before we get started, I got to give a happy birthday shout out to my Uncle Sonny. It's his birthday today. Queen's finest on the check-in. He's always on the check-in in the background listening. I love you, Unc. Enjoy the rest of your birthday. And I can't wait to see you soon. And I'm going to call you tomorrow. We got a lot to discuss. But it's election time here in New York City. Early voting for the mayoral election has started. But let's look at some shenanigans of current Mayor Eric Adams. Shall we? He always playing himself. But this one right here, it tops the cake. Here we go.
Andrew Cuomo is a snake and a liar. I am in this race, and I'm the only one that can beat Mandani.
I stopped listening to Mayor Adams a long time ago.
Brothers fight. You know, many people don't know because I got my tooth fixed, but my brother threw me to the sidewalk and chipped my tooth when I was a little boy. But when families are attacked, brothers come together. Am I angry that I'm not the one taking down Zoran, the socialist and the communist? You're darn right I am. But you know what? The city means more to me than anything. We're fighting against a snake oil salesman that has sold us a bill of goods. And who is his base of support? Gentrifiers. Gentrifiers have raised the rent in this city and disrespected communities for far too long, and he's the king of the gentrifiers. This is going to be a raw, buckle fight on the streets, one block at a time, one building at a time, and we're ready to take it on. And that's why I'm here today. Andrew.
You know, he moved from being a snake to now that's his brother. From a snake to his brother. Just tells you how bad politics is right now. That this is all we have to offer the people. Zoran Mondami, Andrew Cuomo, or Curtis Sleever. It's bananas. Bananas. But we're going to get into that when my sister Marcia get up in here. Because I know, actually, her borough turned out. Now, her borough is also the largest borough with immigrant population. Very, very telling. So we're going to get into that also as well. He mentioned, Eric Adams, that is, about gentrification here in New York. Actually, that was the theme for the recent reparations hearing in New York City. It was in Brooklyn, and Bed-Stuy at that. So their theme was gentrification and replacement. We're going to get into that. A lot of people are still mad with President Trump about the the roundups. They still pissed off. But I like it. I like it. I like it. I like it. In fact, so did Hillary Clinton. You see, the Democrats, they forget about stuff, but we don't.
We got to have tough conditions. Tell people to come out of the shadows. If they've committed a crime, deport them. No questions asked. They're gone. If they've been working and are law-abiding, we should say, here are the conditions for you staying. You have to pay a stiff fine because you came here illegally. You have to pay back taxes, and you have to try to learn English, and you have to wait in line.
What's going to happen is you are going to pay a significant fine. You are going to learn English. You are going to go to the back of the line so that you don't get ahead of somebody who was in Mexico City applying legally. I think the American people, they appreciate and believe in immigration, but they can't have a situation where you just have 500,000 people pouring over the border without any kind of mechanism to control it.
We all in this body, and I know I can speak very firmly for the Democrats, support strong border control, and it must be part and the first part of any comprehensive immigration reform.
Illegal immigration is wrong, plain and simple. Until the American people are convinced that we will stop future flows of illegal immigration, we will make no progress in dealing with the millions of illegal immigrants who are here now and on rationalizing our system of legal immigration.
I think we got to...
A lot of double talk. A lot of double talk. Let's get my sister Marcia up on the Brooklyn Bridge. Africans on the Rise, very own Sister Marcia. What's happening?
Peace, family. Happy Blacktastic Thursday. It's so, I'm glad the weather broke. It was kind of stormy today. I heard there's lakes and rivers all over New York City. Sorry for all those people traveling in that weather, but it is another day of Black news with strong Black minds. So, hey.
Like you said, it was a major storm today. Uh-oh, she froze up. There you go. You back. You back. You back. You back. We in the black tonight. We in the black. So, shout out to Sister Tanisha. Shout out to you. Yes, Sister Pat. They make strange bedfellows. What are your thoughts, Sister Marcia, on that commercial piece with Eric Adams and Andrew Cuomo?
Well, you know, the last piece that you played had the clown music. It's just so poignant because they are always flipping the script like, oh, I never said those things, but here out of your own mouth. You call the man no good for New York, and now he's the best solution for New York. We have no best solution for New York at this point. You know, I feel that, you know, we idolize things that we know nothing about. Like, oh, socialism is going to be so great. But people fought against Cuba, who was doing socialism, right? Within Cuba, within their socialist practice, they determined what your field of study would be, right? So you live on Dumont, everybody on Dumont, I don't care where Dumont starts and where Dumont ends, you're all going to be accountants, like it or not. You're on Livonia, everybody on Livonia is going to be doctors, like it or not. You're on Jamaica Avenue, everybody on Jamaica Avenue is going to be sanitation workers, so to say. This is what socialists programming is, and I don't know if people are ready to commit, because at the end of the day, you're not ready to commit, a lot of us, and I can put myself in that category, commit to children's education. You know, you may get there one day, but a lot of us don't ever get there. And so we gotta be really, what is New York going to be for the next 4 years? The same way, what is America going to be within the next 3 years of Trump's election, the next 4 years of Undine? What does New York look like? Because I'm not gonna front, Sister Keisha hates free people that take the bus for free, but I get in on that bus driver. But sometimes when I'm going far, I'll pay. But if I'm going from my house to Walgreens because I don't want to walk, I'm not going to walk. And I'm going to ask the driver to drive me those 5 blocks because I just don't want to walk. But that's just me. And that's what I've done. And I acknowledge where I do my stuff.
So, but he says that he wants to make that free forever.
That can't happen.
First, you're right. First, he don't have the authority to do that. That's number one. Let me just make it plain. The mayor is the manager of the city. That is his or her role, to manage the municipalities of the city. Period, point blank, the end. The city council has more power than the mayor. They can actually fire the mayor if they want. But anyway, let's hear this cosplaying Tether, Zoran Mondami, and we'll come right back and we'll discuss. Hold on.
We did our first song called Kanda, Chap Chap, which is, I would say, the best song about chapati released in 2015, hands down.
I think it's the only song released in Ugandan history
but you see,
about chapati.
But why do you have to get in the nitty-gritty? We made our first song called Kanda.
First of all, you hear the voice changing? You see how he went from one accent to another? Then, exactly. And then on top of that, the song that he made was a hip-hop song. Cosplaying, benefiting of Black American culture. You see? However, in his campaign, what did he do? He spoke nothing about us whatsoever. Not one mention of Black Americans. Not one. But people will go out there and they'll vote for him anyway. And what I'm saying is the people who will vote for him, you may not like what I'm saying. Y'all the freeloading class. You're the freeloaders. You see? Sister Brooke said, what was that voice? I don't know.
That's the chop chop voice.
Chop chop, yeah, it's chop chop, all right. It's chop chop, all right. But
Yeah,
anyway,
no.
Go ahead, sis. Go ahead.
No, Mandani, because we don't have civic education, we don't know what New York City was like in the 1950s, in the 1940s, for our people, 60s, and us of, the 40, 50 years ago generation. We don't know. We know a little bit, but we don't know a lot. And again, it's because our elders don't have real conversations with us. And so we're under this illusion that America is going to be better. But I was looking at some old New York City campaigns, and the conversation has always been the same. We're going to give affordable housing. We're going to stabilize this and stabilize that. And 70 years later, they're still saying the same thing. So in actuality, there's never been any progress for New York, let alone the United States. But because there's no true civic education, there's no true looking at our story and where we belong, we fall for the snake oil. Yeah. There's this lady on this commercial. She was like, Mandani said he's going to freeze the rent and do this. Rent freeze at $25,000, $2,500. I don't know how that helps you, especially when so many people are on furloughed. There's going to be a New York City school bus strike coming up. This is going to be fun. I'm just gonna sit back, relax, and pay my bills.
I like what Kareem says. He says, it's my belief that Mario Cuomo ordered Robert Abrams to cover up the Breuck case. Therefore, I can never support Cuomo for anything. I agree with that. 110%. Box avoided. Reparations now. Cut the check. You see, he want to give everything to everybody, but nothing. If you are a Black American and you vote for any of these fools, you are mentally disturbed. They offer nothing to our demographic. Not one thing. Not one thing. But in the meantime, because we're going to have Sister Breuck and Brother Devine come in a few minutes, and I want to get through some things. So the government shutdown is still going on. And people are saying that it's, the fault of the Republicans that are holding up everything. I disagree with that. I disagree with it because of the set-asides that the Democrats want to offer folks. And let's hear what this commentator says, and we'll come back and we'll give our 1, 2.
The Democrats said, okay, we will vote to reopen the government. On day 16 of the government shutdown, the Democrats submitted a proposal saying we will vote to reopen the government. But first, you need to give us an additional $5 billion. Did you guys know that? Did you guys know that they submitted a proposal asking for an additional $5 billion in order to reopen the government? And it's not for American spending, it's for foreign spending. Do you want to know what it is for specifically? I'm going to tell you. They want $25 million to go to Honduras for climate resiliency. They want $5 million to go to LGBTQ Democrat grants in the Balkans. Do you even know where the Balkans is? And they want $2 million to go to feminist democratic principles in Africa. First of all, what is all of that? What is climate resiliency and why we need to send Honduras money, $25 million? What is feminist democratic principles in Africa? And why are we providing $5 million worth of LGBTQ democratic grants in the Balkans? Like this, you know what this is? This is, remember when Doge found all that money and Trump was like, we're not spending we're not doing that. We're not spending any more taxpayer dollars for any of that nonsense. Is this the Democrats' way of getting their money back, like padding it and all? Because is anyone asking when they're voting, is anyone saying, excuse me, what is feminist democratic principles and why are we sending that money to Africa? And what relationship do we have that we need to provide $5 million in LGBTQ democratic grants in the Balkans? And what does Honduras's climate have to do with us? I could be completely just clueless. So you guys let me know down in the comments what any of that means. I do not know, and I'm not researching it. You tell me. All I know is this is foreign spending. This doesn't help Americans. And I'm going to break something down for you from a math perspective. And I am not good at math, but I'm going to tell you this. Every $1 million that they spend, government spending, foreign or otherwise, it takes 75 American taxpayers to pay that back. And that sounds like really odd, right? Only 75 people. If only 75 people are paying back $1 million, you must be taking all of their money, right? Exactly. The Democrats said, okay, we will vote to reopen the government on day 16.
Sister Marcia, your thoughts? Uh-oh, she's frozen. Yeah, she's frozen. But that's insane. To want to give all this money to everybody, and we still got to deal with a study on reparations. That's why your government is shut down. Now, For those who don't know how much money the U.S. gives away to all these countries, let's take a look. Let's take a look on foreign aid. Let's pick a country here. I don't know. What country y'all want? Huh? Let's take I don't know. Let's go to Ghana. Let's see how much money they got. Here we go. $190 million between 2024 and 2025. $190 million. Insane. And what are they using it for? A bunch of nothing. HIV and AIDS program, food program, farming support, research and training for what? Agriculture, operating expenses. You need $17 million for operating expenses from the U.S. government, but Black Americans got to be settled with a study on reparations. How disrespectful is that? How disrespectful is it? Let's pick another one. Let's go to Angola. How about that? Let's do Angola. Let's see what they get. Almost $70 million between 2024 and 2025. And what are they spending it on? Women in Angola, whatever that means. Global peace operations, government preparations. What is that for? HIV and AIDS, operating expenses. So we're giving you money to operate your government. Water supply. I pay a water bill every 3 months. But they giving $22 million for Angola's water? Y'all don't be looking at this. Look at the foreignaid-assistance.gov, and it'll tell you what every nation, how much money they get. How much money they get. Look at all these countries. Look at all of these countries. Huh? But you got Africans in a lot of these social media spaces saying Black Americans don't deserve reparations. We give y'all reparations every goddamn year. Every goddamn year. Let's go to the Gambia. $36 million. U.S. promoting whatever that is. The Peace Corps, technical assistance, HIV and AIDS, agriculture. Isn't it the continent of plenty? Why do you need money for agriculture? Huh? Y'all pick a country. I'll pull it up. It don't matter. It don't matter. Let's go to Ecuador. Let's see what they're getting. $250 million foreign military aid, futures and global business development, promotion, water supply and sanitation. All of this money that we giving away to everybody. It's insulting. It's insulting. Sis said Nigeria. Let's see what they get. Hold on. Let's go to Nigeria. Let me pull this down. If I miss it, you let me know. Nigeria. Here we getting close. Over $1 billion to Nigeria between 2024 and 2025. Look at this. Health supply, global AIDS medication, emergency food assistance, feed the future, whatever the hell that is, World Food Program, excellence community, agriculture, government and civil service, health services, HIV and AIDS, NGO managers. It's just crazy. $1 billion? And Black people are stuck asking for reparations still? Somebody says Somalia. Let's check them cocksuckers. Let's see if they got some money. I don't know, but we're going to find out. There you go. Over $1.2 billion for Somalia. You freeloading bastards. But you come here and you get on these social media spaces and you say we are beggars. This is what they say about Black Americans. This is what they say about us. Emergency, you can't even feed your goddamn self. Maternal and child care. I mean, this is crazy. When I was working and I was a mother, I had to pay for my health care and my child care. Nobody gave me a mumbling cent. Over $1 billion. Somebody said Guyana. Let's see. I don't know. Let's check Guyana. Here we go. Make sure I don't miss it now. Oh, there you go. 3.3 million. For what? For what? This is crazy. This is insane. Somebody said Iran. Let's see what they got. Let's see. Hope I don't miss it. Y'all let me know. Well, there you go. No money to Iran in 2024 and 2025. They didn't receive anything. They didn't receive anything. Let's check another one. I don't know. Y'all pick it. Y'all pick it. Nicaragua. 61 million. For what? For what? But we gotta be settled with a goddamn study on reparations. Sister Marcia, your thoughts on all this bread? And you got these democratic socialists.
Let's look at Israel. Let's look at Israel. Let's see how much money we're sending to Israel.
Sorry, y'all. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. You said Israel, right? Sister Marcia, you want to look at Israel?
Yes, please.
All right. Make sure I don't miss it now. Hold on. Hold on. All right. We in the eyes. Israel. 3.3 billion.
Screen share is off.
Oh, it is? Okay. Hold on. Sorry. All right. Here we go. There we go. Y'all see it? Can you see it now? 3.3 billion for Israel. Military aid, trade policies, basic health, agriculture, whatever. This is the money we all give away to all of these nations. And all of these folks say we don't deserve reparations. We shouldn't get reparations. Huh? That we're beggars. Barbados. $3 million. I mean, this is insane. We just had the hurricane in Jamaica. Let's see how much money we gave to Jamaica. Hold on. There you go. $35 million. $35 million. And Yvette Clarke is asking for relief aid? Heifer, are you crazy? This is so disrespectful to Black Americans. This is disrespectful. That's why I won't vote for none of these cocksuckers. None of them. She said, Sister Pat said, we need to feed the people here in America. Speaking of SNAP benefits,
they're about to be cut.
Yeah, it should be. It should be for a lot of people, especially these non-citizens. They shouldn't be getting nothing. Non-citizens shouldn't get anything. I don't care if they starve to death. You're a criminal. You don't belong here. You don't deserve anything. And I am highly upset about that. Highly upset. But let's take a look. Let's take a look. On SNAP benefits. Oh, okay. Let's see. Let me change my screen. Hold on. Because these people think we playing out here. And you know, Sister Keisha always got receipts. SNAP benefits. Okay? Let's go by borough. The Bronx is number one. Abuela ain't getting no food stamps next month. Abuela ain't getting it. Little synagogue, y'all ain't getting no food stamps next month. Brooklyn, Number two, look at the numbers. 39,000 persons, 16,000 cases, over 16,000 cases in Brooklyn. Queens, 23,000, over 9,000 cases. Okay? Who's leading the pack? Hispanics. But we don't have no breakdown for Hispanics. There's no breakdown. Is it Cubans, Dominicans, Puerto Ricans? We don't know. Black people. You know everybody black when it's bad, right? There's no breakdown. How many are Africans? Huh? How many are Panamanians? How many are Jamaicans? How many Trinidadians? White people. We need to get this breakdown of ethnic group. So y'all in trouble. And you should be. Because a lot of these nations, we already giving money to your native land. We already giving buku dollars to your native land. That's disrespectful. But Sister Marcia, your thoughts on all of this aid that's being given to all of these nations, but Black Americans got to settle for a study. Your thoughts?
So it's part of the propaganda, right? You know, they're giving all this aid to these people, and these people think, oh my God, America is so great. Look at this, look at this, look at that, look at that. And not realizing they're stealing from the people that they're supposed to be giving back reparations and feeding first. When you're considering, you know, 2 counties away from either your home or your own county, there's a problem, right? And in the United States, there is a problem. And we fear to look at the problem because, again, we are being taught by them. And as we're being taught by them, they are teaching us to ignore what's in front of our faces and to worship and idolize everything outside. So, oh, okay, there is something within you. No, you have to worship white Jesus. Forget about what's in you. What's in you doesn't matter. What's in you is trash. What's good for you is white Jesus. And so everybody is idolizing this white stuff or these greenback capitalists and thinking that they're going to get the benefit of this. And unfortunately, if you're not looking, you're not getting any benefits. You are even reduced to worse situations than in your home countries, but because you're under this illusion, oh, I have a house, I have a roof, I have this, I have that, you think you're safe. But there is nowhere safe unless you start protecting what is in your best interest. And it's not Mandani or Trump or Sliwa or whoever else.
All I'm saying is I'm pissed the hell off. I'm pissed the hell off. Because I'm paying for all of this. As the young lady said, it takes 75 people to pay this off. Nobody is giving me shit. Not a dime. It's insulting. And that's why I'm pissed off with immigrants. Because you keep voting against our interests. Meanwhile, you getting a hand over fist. I don't get Medicaid, Medicare, none of that shit. I don't get SNAP. I don't get nothing. You hear me? Got to pay for mine. But let's move on. We got Sister Devine, Sister Breuck, and Brother Devine to come in. Sister Pat posted this video about a suspicious fire on Eastern Parkway. Let's play it. We'll come right back.
Once again here on Eastern Parkway, a suspicious fire at the behest of the Hasidic community. And the reason why I use the term suspicious is because there's a black family who lives in this building who, in fact, 2 years prior to this particular fire, their apartment was burnt up then.
I'm running back upstairs. That's my stuff.
Yeah, I got you. I went nowhere.
All right, thank you.
I say all of that because they've been trying to get these individuals out of this apartment due to the fact that the judge granted this tenant. They realized that the tenants were in fact being illegally done. Now there's another fire at the same apartment from these same particular people. What are they waiting for? An opportunity for somebody to be killed in this fires? It's a sad scenario. If in fact this fire was in reverse and it was a black-owned property and one Jewish family lived there, the news cameras, the mayor, the city council, the state senator, the congressman, all of them will be here. But no, that's not the case. Here in the Hasidic view of Crown Heights on Eastern Parkway, what you have is the same old, same old. Can't call it a program because it doesn't affect them. The impact is to a lonely family, working man and his wife with 2 children. They are MTA workers and they want them out of this property so bad that they're willing to once again burn their property down. At what cost? When does this end? When does this end? When does this end?
It doesn't end, sis. It doesn't end. They don't want us anywhere. Anywhere. And they don't care that they'll burn the building. They're like, oh, we'll build it back up. They don't care. They don't care about lives, because if they cared about lives, it would be a better place. They only care about their own 13% of the global population. And with 13% of the global population controlling all of us like this is a sad case. And like Sister Aruba said, they don't care about us. And, you know, Kanye West told us a long time ago, Trump don't like black, Bush don't like, they're all cousins anyway. Bush don't like black people. It's true. And the ramifications of their actions is evidence. Look at Katrina right now. All those black folks that, Katrina, Louisiana, Orleans, where Katrina hit, all those black people have been displaced. And what did they bring in? A whole slew of new people. The place is not the same as New Orleaners say. I don't even know how they say their names. Look at No Child Left Behind. We have 2 generations of questionable education because of social promotion. And we have to deal with this ramification.
You know, this history is nothing new. When Sister Pat sent me that video, I think Tuesday, I thought about Crow Hill, right? Because that's what happened to the Black Americans who populated that area, prominent Black Americans. You see, before it was Crown Heights, it was called Crow Hill. And that was a derogatory term thrown at the Black people who lived there. Now, some white folks would say the reason why it was called Crow Hill is because of the crows who used to rest on the ridge of that area, right? But we all know better. Well, let's take a look at this real quick, and we'll bring our brother, sister up in here. In 1938 and through 46, a lot of Black prominent people lived here. There was also a prison, Crow Hill Prison, in that very same area, right? I want to move down to some of the people who actually lived there. Mr. Smith was a free Black Brooklynite, one of the original landowners and investors in Weeksville. He purchased land in the 1830s, helped to build the foundation of the community, right? Let's look at Sarah J. Garnett. Prior to her being Mrs. Garnett, the wife of Henry Highland Garnett, she was Sarah Tompkins, another free Black woman who lived in that area. Okay? Dr. Susan Smith McKinney Stewart also lived in that area. You see? And today, you have a slew of Black immigrants who live in that area and don't even know this history. You still refer to it as Crown Heights. I have never, ever heard them mention Crow Hill and why it was called Crow Hill. This was the penitentiary that was there, right? Colored School was there. You see? These are the back of the row houses in Weeksville. You see? But nobody wants to talk about that. Nobody wants to talk about, and I always said, before gentrification, it's immigration that displaces Black Americans. It always has been that way, right? Sister Brooks said, I remember you talked about that. Of course. Of course. Black people who live in Brooklyn today don't know this history. You don't know this history.
I didn't know this history. I've never heard of Crow Hill.
That's right.
You know, and this is part of the thing, you know, there's a lot of education that we should be able to give to our fellow brothers and sisters, and we're not. We're stifled out of the educational system. And if we create independent education solutions, parents don't want to invest in that. Parents want to invest in football, basketball, and all of those other balls, thinking that their child will be 1% of a league, and without, you know, really considering all the other opportunities that's out here. And with this rich history, I'm feeling like I got a new research project to add to my list. Thank you, sis.
Definitely, you're welcome, because it's very important that we know our true story. And this is another community of Black people where immigration came in and they were displaced. You know, those homes, Black people, it was it's mansions in that area, but those mansions were once occupied by our people. And that was just a few, you know, that I named. Shout out to Sister Kathy Dean on the chat in. What's good, big sis? You know, but we're about to bring in our Sister Brooke and Brother Devine, but I want to play this new FBA anthem that is taking us by storm. I posted this, I think, Monday when I received it. It already got over 7,000 views just on YouTube. I haven't told TikTok and X and all of that as yet, but I'm gonna play this, and I want y'all to get your tissues ready, because this is one for the record books right here. Matter of fact, I'm gonna remove this because I have it in my media load, but I'll drop the YouTube link so you guys can have it later on.
All viral. Man, y'all make sure y'all share this video and make sure y'all subscribe to All Viral Access Media. You know the vibes.
They thought we forgot, but we never forget. This one's for the rules. We built this land from dust and tears, 400 years, and we still here. They write new rules, but they don't see. Every freedom they got came off you and me. We planted seeds, they took the bloom. We lit the flame, they left the room. But we back now, no disguise. The spirit's woke, we realize all we want is what we earn. That sweat and blood, yeah, that table turn. You came by culture, can't fake that fight. This is our day, this is our ride. begging for nothing we built at all. Born from pain and grace, you can see the truth written in our face. We the soul, the sound, to fight the flame. Foundational Black Americans, say our name. They love our rhythm, but they dodge our blues. Use our voice when it fits their news. They take our sound, but not our scars. We the backbone, we the stars. Now the veil is gone, the mask is clear. We see the game, we know what's here. No more silence, no more lies. We lift that flag and watch it rise. Rise up. We the ones that made this nation breathe. Our pain to the power. Our roots are trees. We know world. It's rhythm and grace now, and now we're reclaiming our rightful place. Can't copy courage, can't steal pain. You can't inherit soul by changing names. Our story ain't done, it's the revival. We guard the gate, it's about survival. We FBA, say it proud, say it loud. The world dances on what we vow. Foundational Black Americans. Still we stand, still we fight, still we demand. Every block, every song, we've been right here all along. The soul of a people strong and free. Foundational Black Americans. We the first, we the rule, we the fire. Still rising, still here. Foundational Black
Just so y'all know, I dropped a link for the video in the chat, and also Americans. The album is only $6. The album is only $6. Okay. One of my favorites on it is Tether. Man, y'all think that's something. Wait till you hear Tether. But I thank Brother Mike Larry from All Viral Access Media for sharing this with me and giving me the exclusive to the album. I will be on his platform sometime next week. I'll call him tomorrow so we can get the exact date and time, excuse me. But I thank him for that. Like I said, when you see the comments, it's crazy. It's crazy. Crazy. But anyway, no, it's not. I think the video is AI. The video is AI.
You're muted.
Sorry. This week, Tuesday, we had the reparations hearing in Brooklyn. Prior to that, on the 24th, there was a New York reparations business meeting that was geared towards us. That's the U.S. Freedmen's Project, Sister Breuck, Sister Kathy Dean, Sister Paris, all of us, real FBAs. They tried to change the game. But I told y'all, this is our time in divine order. And I told Sister Breuck, I suggested rather, to Sister Breuck and Brother Devine, just work the room. Because they said they wanted new voices. They didn't want to hear from us. They wanted new voices. So I said, don't worry, work the room. Work the room. And the new voices they got were stronger and powerful. And there was nothing to play with. So, without further ado, let's get our Brother Devine President Devine from the U.S. Freedmen Project up on the Brooklyn Bridge. What's up, brother? How are you?
I'm well. Can I be heard okay?
Yes, you can, brother.
Okay, good. Because I know I just switched over. I finally got my laptop back up and running. So, you know what I'm saying? That's why I get a chance to have the little pretty graphics in the background. And I know last time I was on, the sound was kind of off. So I was like, I'm hoping it's good today, or I have to switch back. But definitely, man, it's honor as always. I'm always privileged. I feel privileged when I'm able to come up here on the Brooklyn Bridge with the Bridge family. And like you said, in that hearing, to be amongst the thorough. And no shade to any of the other ones, but the most thoroughest borough there is.
Definitely. Let me get my sister Breuck, reparations activist, up on the Brooklyn Bridge. What's happening, Sister Breuck? What's good?
What's good? Hello. How are you? Oh my goodness. I'm excited to be here. Hi, Sister Marcy. How you doing, girl? Hi, the President Devine. I'm so, like I said, I'm thank you so much again for having us on the program. I love it.
Glad that you can join us. So before we get into the meeting, I want to talk about some of the commentary that's been happening online about in light of this hurricane that took place in Jamaica. Let me know some of the commentary you've been seeing, Sister Breuck and Brother Devine, as it relates to foundational Black Americans. Go ahead.
Yo, you came in hot. Oh man. Not good. I see a lot of, like people talking about, Sister Keisha, wow, I didn't expect this at all. But so I see a lot of commentary about, I guess the tourists that are still there, and the tourists are acting very touristy. And here's my thing: I question where they're from. I do, because I cannot see. Let me tell you something. Ain't no vacation worth me staying in a hurricane on an island. That ain't New York. Okay. So I can't see you telling me. And now, I follow a lot of, I'm from East Flatbush. I follow a lot of Caribbean stuff. You know what I'm saying? I like to know what's happening with my people, with my friends. You know what I'm saying? My peoples, and in friendship and in family as well, So I like to know what's going on. And I saw the warning. Your last flight is today. So I know people on the island and on the resort also got the same warning. And let me tell you something. If I'm in Jamaica vacationing, I don't care how much money I spend. You tell me there's a hurricane coming, and I also saw how violent they said the hurricane was going to be, how it's coming from a different angle. It don't usually come this way. And normally that would be a good thing if the winds wasn't going to be 150 miles an hour. Let me tell you something. There's no way in holy hell I was going to stay my Black behind in Jamaica. I'm getting on the next thing, smoking out of there. I'm in the room. Y'all remember that gift with the girl, and she's packing up, like, looked like she was going to the airport. She was throwing everything in the bag and rushing out the bathroom. That's me to get up out of there. Everything in my room is going in that bag. I'm out of here. I'm catching the first thing I can. Stand by. I don't care where you got to sit me. I'm going home to my house.
It's crazy because also, too, people should know that in the Caribbean, hurricane season is September and October. That's why the prices are so low. That's why. Because that's hurricane season. So you should research where you're going. Period. But I'll be up out of there. I wouldn't even been there. First of all,
Me too. But hurricane season is from June to the last week of November. Always taking a risk. And I am with Sister Breuck. Hurricane? And it's not my home country? It's not where my family came from? No. Because I know my family knows a tunnel to go and hide in. But I'm in a foreign land. I'm in a hotel, beautiful views and everything like that. All glass windows. Glass would come slice me up in millions of pieces. I'm good. Flight, here I come. Get me out of here.
I'm at the airport.
Yes, sis. All these people staying and doing all this panic for food. And I consider that all this panic for food, and then some of them may be coming back to New York or whatever United States state where there's going to be no SNAP. What's going to be the scramble for food then for people that are really hungry? And it's only been a day. You can't fast for a day? I don't understand that part.
Like I said, I question where these people from. I can't see them being Americans. It's just that it logically doesn't make sense to me.
Newly Americans. They're
right.
newly Americans.
Right. It have to be, because you have to. You got to have a connection to that island to have wanted to stay during those kind of conditions. I'm sorry. You can't convince me otherwise. You getting up, vacation is done. And then you know what I'm going to do when I get back to New York? I'm going to get on the phone and I'm going to figure out how to get my money back. I'm not going to be sitting there arguing right at that time on how to get my money back. I'm on the next thing smoking. And then when I get home, I'm going to be calling the resort talking about I need a refund from the comfort of my house. Right on this couch. I'm like, excuse me, I had to cut the trip short. I didn't stay. I need to be compensated. Nah, that's the American way.
Facts. Or
not to stay on that island and then complain about box lunches. Go ahead.
Exactly. And when I got to the airport, before I got to the airport, I would place a call to the embassy. Right? Because it was wrong for the hotels to charge them during that time. So instead of them getting upset, they should have made a phone call to the embassy. They looked like they were in Montego Bay or Ocho Rios, something like that. But the embassy is in Kingston. So that's about 6 hours away from, it looks like, where they were staying. I'm just basing that on visual. Right. But you should always, whenever there's a problem, place a call to the U.S. Embassy first. So that if anything goes awry, you are protected. They will notify your family. They will let them know where you are. And in most cases, will send someone to come and get you. Okay? So you have to use what's in your hand. So I'm just telling people who travel abroad, keep that in the back of your mind. Even when you get there, sometimes, depending on the country you would go to, it's best to notify the embassy that you're there, right? Just so that you're safe. But if you plan to return back to Jamaica, I hope you go to Negril. There's a hotel and resort called Negril Treehouse, and it's owned by an FBA woman, Miss Gail Jackson. Now, I stay there sometimes. Now, I'm going to tell you something. It's hard to book her because she stay booked. This is where the black people stay at, okay? It's the only place on the island where you can get fish and grits in the morning, okay? So let's hear from Ms. Gail Jackson, and then we'll come right back.
Hey guys, this is Roger. I am standing here on National Pickleball Day at the Treehouse in Negril, Jamaica. I am here with the owner, Gail. I would like you to introduce herself. Please go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Roger. It's my pleasure for you to be here playing with us on National Pickleball Day at the Treehouse Resort Pickleball Court. And you know the great thing about a pickleball court? You can get coconuts right over there from Mike. Well, we're having fun, and thank you, Roger, for your instruction. And this is the only ocean view court in Negril. And we have a special thing with our court. It's called tree over. If you hit the tree up there, we take the shot again. So this court has been here for 3 years. We just have a single court, and it's free when you are staying at the tree house. Now you can play here, but it's just $10 to play here. So thank you so much. We've had great games today.
Thank you very much, Gail. I appreciate it. And guys, this is one of the most beautiful views in the world to play pickleball. It is amazing. You have to come check it out.
We have lots of trees here, like 200s, but most of them are fruit trees. My name is Anthony. I'm the gardener. We have this jump tree more than 10 years now. And see it bearing, getting fitted now because they're young. So when they fit, we pick them. We also blend them too. We can actually eat them sometimes. We actually even love them. We have lots of trees here, like 200s, but most of them are.
Yeah, so that's what the rooms look like. You are literally in the trees. There's a hammock outside of every room. You can lay out there and chill. They have an extensive menu if you don't want, but there are restaurants right across the street. So if you go back to Jamaica, and I hope you go to Negril, try to book Negril Treehouse. Remember I said she stay booked. She stay booked. There is some, what do you call it? Homemade ice cream that she makes. And she has it there for the guests that you can get. But it's so cool, so laid back, and everybody is chill. If you go down there, tell my man Tony Montana I said what's up. Okay? So tell him Brooklyn said what's up. But because I got everybody calling me Brooklyn down here. I go to the restaurant, they be like, Brooklyn, Brooklyn. So you already Brooklyn, Brooke. So you can tell me you my little sister, okay? All right. So I want to talk about this reparations hearing that took place Tuesday.
Sis, before we get to the reparations hearing, can I weigh in on that? What's going on in Jamaica?
Oh, sure. Go ahead, brother. My bad. Go ahead.
No, you good. You good. I definitely want to send out, our prayers and condolences for everything and everybody that's, that's enduring what they're enduring on the island. We don't let the ignorance of a few, affect our humanity for the people. So I want to make sure I say that first. But another thing that I found, and this happens all across the diaspora for whatever the reasons, right? Like we are right now at this point. So there's no putting the toothpaste back in the tube. But I say this often, there is a level of imperialism that the diaspora ascribes to Black Americans that they don't ascribe government corruption to those that come from those countries that complain about the government corruption in those countries. And so what we found is that there is some people acting out during this hurricane. And there is a level of entitlement that they are showing. But it took the diaspora no time to say, oh, look at how those Black Americans are acting. And come to find out, one of the videos that is going viral right now ended up being a sister from Bermuda that they were trying to say was Black American. And now, do you think the apologies rained down as quickly as the insults and the pathology rained down? Absolutely not. But that is just our burden to bear as Black Americans. We understand it, but we still get a chance to point out the hypocrisy. And there was, right. And what's happening is this, like, see, we have, most people will say as a segue to the reparations hearing that we are at a disadvantage with the amount of Afro immigrants that we have to encounter and fight against during this process. But it also gives us an advantage in certain other ways because we have, like Sister Brooke said, we have Afro immigrant friends. Like some of them are our close friends. Some of them are in our families, if not just like family. And I say that to say this. Growing up, the picture was painted for us that Black Americans were lazy and Black Americans were no good and we just didn't want to work hard or take advantage of opportunities. But if you have Caribbean friends, like I have Caribbean friends, all of them will tell you that family member in their family that's the lazy one. All of them will tell you that family member that don't want to do ish, right? Yet that doesn't get talked about in public spaces. They keep those conversations private, right? And so it just becomes us that gets pathologized. But one of the things that we know about our culture, and I said this, I think, on one of the lives in the past, and why I didn't jump the gun to say, hey, well, that's probably a Black American acting like that. Because we do have Black Americans that act entitled, foundational Black Americans that will show their whole behind. We know that. That's in every culture. But what is also indicative of our culture, and I said this before, is that we will do extensive research on a place we just go on a visit for 2 days so that we don't insult or step on the toes of the native population there. That is something that's huge in our culture because we understand what it feels like to have our toes all but severed with someone trying to step on it. So we make sure we go there and we do not do that. So much so that when somebody finds out that we are American, I traveled to Jamaica last year sometime, and the Afro-Jamaicans were the ones telling me, hey, look, if you're going to buy something, buy it from one of us. Because if you go to the stores, the Indo-Jamaicans own that one. The Asian Jamaicans own that one. They'll have us in the front, but they're making all the money. But you know why they told me that? Because they know inherent to my Black American culture is unity based on melanin. They could tell me that understanding that it was going to be received and I was going to more than likely adhere to what they asked me to do because that's our culture. And so there was not too long ago, and I'll let and take a breath here so we get to the reparations. But I don't know if you guys remember this, but it was a Jamaican woman. And I'm pretty sure she had a number of guests that she probably had to do some extra cleaning behind or do some, some not renovations, but some cleanup jobs or whatever the case is, maybe even some minor repairs. But she got online and said this was the last time she was ever going to rent her Airbnb out to Black Americans. Do y'all remember that? And this is the kind of off-code behavior that seeps into other areas, and I think is a perfect segue for the reparations hearing because we just don't do that. We would not do that. We might clown you. We might Jones on that individual person. We might say you had the kitchen smelling like jerk chicken. We might make the jokes, but we're not going to get online and denigrate every Jamaican person that we've ever met and didn't meet to say, I'm not dealing with none of y'all no more because of what happened with this one Jamaican. But they are quick to pathologize all of us based on one bad reaction or one bad interaction. And this is what we're seeing with this, with what's going on in Jamaica. And I put up a post earlier. And obviously it was for, ish and giggles because we know that it's not going to stop. But I said, wait, what's going on with Jamaica right now with the hurricane and what's currently going on in the Sudan? The Pan-Africans should have their hands full with real life work to do outside of trolling us and sticking their noses in Black American specific business. Now, we know that's not going to happen, but if they were true to the mission that they say that they're living their life for, that's what would happen instead of them constantly figuring out what we're trying to do and figuring out ways to undermine it. I'll land there.
Agreed. And I want to show this real quick because I don't like generalization. And I was watching the storm live, right? And I'm looking through the comments. And this comment right here really pissed me the hell off. And I hope y'all can see it. Let me see. I'm trying to put my mouse in. Surprise, no looting reported like during Hurricane Katrina. That shit pissed me off. That pissed me off to no end. To no end. Because while Yvette Clarke is asking for additional aid, they left our people in New Orleans to die. Where was that hurriedness for them? I know Sister Brooke, she mad. But your thoughts, Sister Brooke. Go ahead, Marcia.
I'm sorry, sis. But the one thing is, this is during the cycle, not even 24 hours of what's happening in Jamaica right now. Katrina, they had the levees broken on them, and we didn't see reports of them looting until 3 days later. So whoever made that comment is a idiot, because you have to understand the timeline and the progression of it. And this is why I say we have a bunch of fools who have gotten Bush's, what they call that again? STEP program, and you don't know anything. You can't call about looting unless the situationship hasn't finished. And yet you're calling out people for things that you know nothing of. You have to know something before you make silly comments. And I didn't like that silly comment at all. Stupid people.
Sister Brooke, if you have any thoughts, if not, we'll go on to this reparation. She mad. Go ahead, Sister Brooke.
I am livid. My heart is thumping. I'm so mad. Let me bring the mic closer because I'm so mad. I'm a little nervous about I'm trying to keep my voice down. This is why we delineate. We are sick of you mofos. I have fucking had it. This is why we delineate. I'm so mad I can barely think straight. I'm gonna be honest. Like, and I don't want to like just go on a full loud rant because that's what I really want to do. I'm just gonna say I'm gonna put the links in the chat. Well, I'm gonna send them to, because it won't let me put the links in the chat. It won't let me put any links in the chat. I'm gonna put it in the back channels for you. Send the emails to these legislators. We have an email letter writing campaign going on right now. Where one Assembly Member Nikki Lucas has a bill for us to be able to disaggregate our numbers so we can be counted separate from people who make fun of what our people went through in Katrina. And then we also have another bill that is actually constitutionally sound, so we can make sure that people who will make fun of our people in Katrina don't get a single fucking dime from our reparations. And I'll land there because you can see I'm mad as hell.
I feel you, sis. And I also put the link for the usfreedmenproject.org in the chat as well. Brother Devine, you want to say something?
Yeah. To that comment, I think It brings me to I don't know why I can't. Oh, now I got it. Thank God. Thank you, Holy Spirit or ancestors. I brought it back to my remembrance. It brings me back. Y'all know I speak in movies. So it brings me back to A Time to Kill with Samuel L. Jackson and Matthew McConaughey. And most people remember when they finally get Samuel L. Jackson to break down and lose his composure in the courtroom. And that, and no shade, but that kind of reminded me what Sister Breuck was trying to save herself from doing just now. When he said, yeah, they deserve to die, and I hope they burn in hell. But that's not the point where I want to make my case. Where I want to make my case is at the end of the movie, when Matthew McConaughey is making his closing statements. And he details what was done to Samuel Jackson's daughter. And for me, one of the most profound lines in the movie, after he asks the all-white jury to close their eyes as he's describing the horror that happened to this young foundational Black American girl. And the climax of the movie is he says, "Can you see her?" And then he says, "Now imagine she was white." And I'm saying that to say this. If you close your eyes after reading and or hearing what some of our quote unquote Caribbean and continental African brothers and sisters say about us, half the time, you don't have to imagine if they were white, because what they said takes out all the need for imagination. You can't tell the difference between them and what the white folks say about us. And like Sister Brooks said, this is why we delineate. This is why. Because if you have the same venom for me that my direct oppressors have for me, what the fuck can we build together?
That part.
And then we wonder why we built nothing since we had y'all coming over in droves? It's not a mystery anymore. It's not a mystery anymore, and I'll land there.
Fire. Fire. We're going to get to this hearing, but I want this call to action brought up right now. The link is in the chat. I put it in the chat. You guys pin it, save it, do whatever you need to do. But Sister Brooke, what are these 3 calls to action? You got to unmute, sis.
First, let me just thank President Devine for having a clear mind, because I did not. And yeah. Let me get to business, because we need to delineate immediately. So these are the call to actions. So the first one is I put the bills there. I tried to there's some more things I'm going to add to this. I did this like in the middle of the night. So the first thing is at the top there. That is the correct bill, A56. So I can't see, it's so small. 3. Thank you. A5603, that is the bill by Nikki Lucas. And that is corrective legislation for that second bill, which is A7601. Is that what that says?
A7691.
91. Okay.
Yes.
And that one is the unconstitutional bill that the commission is founded on. And so, you know, and so at the bottom, right underneath there is the link there. So that is for you to send emails to all the legislators, both the senators and assembly people, all of them. So it'll take less than 30 seconds, right, to send this email, and you'll be sending this email to hundreds of legislators all in one time in less than 30 seconds, letting them know that the original bill that you know, the bill that they have now is unconstitutional, and to replace that with Nikki Lucas's bill, right? And that, because we need sponsors and co-sponsors and all of these things so we can bring it forth. And then so after that is a disaggregation call to action that we have. It just tells a little bit about what disaggregation and delineation means, and I kind of already explained that. It's so that we could be counted separate and apart from people who would make fun of what our family members went through in Katrina. And so here you will be sending an email to the governor, and that, again, it takes less than 30 seconds. Then you will be sending an email to the Black Task Force, and then you will be sending an email to the legislators. So each one of those less than 30 seconds. And that's what we're asking from the family. You don't have to live in New York to do this. You could be anywhere in the world, really. You know what I'm saying? And to send this email, we need as much support as we can, because you see what we are up against.
Facts. Again, the link is
in. Continue to see more about what we up against right now.
So again, the link is in the chat. Y'all save that. It's also.
Can I just say something real quick? Devine gave me he sparked a thought. When he was talking about the lawyer telling you to close your eyes, right? And imagine she was white. To the people who wear our skin, who think like that, it's dangerous to play with fate like that. Don't y'all call it obia? It's dangerous to sit in a glass house, throw stones in a hurricane. You are on an island, and look how it devastated your island. You need help right now. What will your family be doing in 3 days? I saw a video where they're just trying to give them cold drinks because it's hot. There are no robes. It's dangerous to play with karma and fate like that. See, we don't even have to enact revenge. We don't have to do any of that. All I have to do is nothing. Send them emails, family.
Yes, please. Please. Listen, I'm asking y'all as a favor to me. Send those emails. It takes 30 seconds. You don't got to write nothing. You don't got to add nothing. Everything is written for you. Just click the link and it'll go. That's all I need from you. That's all I need from you. But as we get into this reparations, like I said, there was a business meeting that was held prior. Can y'all talk to what that business meeting was? Because they took it offline, but can y'all tell the audience what that business meeting was about?
Oh, they took the dang it. I didn't download the business meeting. I should have I'm okay. All right. It's okay. It's okay. Because I'll be downloading all of that. I don't even leave it up there for chance. So no, that's in my archives. Okay. All right. So the business meeting. I'll run through the little small things first. First, they talked about actually I got notes. I didn't know you was going to ask me that, but I'm just, I'm a forgetful person sometimes, and I take a lot of notes because of that. You know what I mean? Because I like to make sure. Yeah. I can't find the notes. It's okay. So they talked about the fact that they have these different committees, like education and economics, and they wanted different people to different commissioners to actually kind of chair the committee. You know what I mean? With the subcommittee within the commission. And so they talked about that. But the most important thing, because I don't have my notes, so and I'll look for them while we do this and see if I could figure out more things. But the most important thing was they wanted to discuss the people that were giving testimony at the hearings. They wanted to make sure that new voices get a chance to speak, even though it don't even be that many people in there. But they wanted to make sure that they put something on the books, take a vote on making sure that people that have spoken already get pushed to the back. And that, you give room for new voices. And the vote was unanimous, which means all the people, all the commissioners said yes. Every single one. Now that was the part that was interesting. And I'm going to give a teensy bit of grace here. And I'm going to hope that some of the people on the commission just could not see the forest for the trees. Because sometimes, we forget that our third eye is wide open, like outside. You know what I'm saying? But not everybody's is. Everybody can't see A, B, C, and D, like President Devine, referred to in his speech. Everybody can't see how this can lead to that, and that can lead to that, and that can lead to that. They can only see this. And so I will try to give them that little bit of grace. But that was very detrimental. The fact that this rule is now on the books, because I could see instantly that what they want to, stack the deck on us. And I'm going to say this publicly. We can see that you want to stack the deck, meaning you're going to start bringing your own busload of Nan. You're going to start bringing a busload of, who was in there?
The Afro-descendant Muslims that was in it.
Okay. Them. You're going to start bringing busloads of who else we seen? New York Reparations. Okay? You're going to start bringing busloads of people who make no sense, who's going to talk around the mulberry bush for 3 minutes. But what organization she with? Her organization too. You gonna start reading bus and now we got a new submission. Busloads of people who would sit online and make fun of our folks in Katrina. So we could see
that part.
We could see where this is going. And that's very dangerous. So thank goodness, President Devine called them out in his 3 minutes. Or 2 minutes and 45 seconds, because she cut you off. She definitely cut you off. Yeah, so and then I'll land there.
Definitely. Box Avoided said, business meeting, definition of reparations, establishing framework using the UN. That's ridiculous. Go ahead.
That was so ridiculous. The fact that they sat there and argued about what the definition of reparations, how many meetings in? They just got a whole extension for 18 more months. That's something else they talked about. They got a whole extension for 18 more months. They talked about how fast they need to produce the report, how they're going to have to, they need time to be able to, bring it to the public because they don't want to produce the report and then that's just it. They want to have time to like go around, I guess, and explain to us what their report says, and so that was something else. So thank you so much, Box Avoided, for that. I definitely needed those reminders. Yeah, and like I said, the definition of reparations. And they mentioned that the reason why, because they were about to table it again. And somebody was like, no, we cannot table it again because a child asked us what reparations was and we didn't have no answer. And then Keisha had called them out. And that's why they're trying to silence us. And you know what I say when they try to silence us? And because family, I don't want you to get confused. Them trying to silence us, this, like Jason Black says, this is good. That means we're winning. That means we doing it right with our small team. Okay, our small team, we got them running scared. Okay, this is good. Don't be discouraged. We had to have a little extra powwow. You know what I'm saying? To our New York Reparations 300. Our folks that show up and show out, and just let them know what the plan was. You know what I'm saying? And don't worry about what they. They just trying. But the ancestors, karma, and fate is on our side. So keep making fun of us.
I always said, if they ain't coming for you, you ain't doing nothing. If they're not coming for you, you're not doing anything.
And we used to it.
Box Avoided, he said, UN has 5 standards for reparations, but the commissioners using a word salad. Exactly. But
they said it was a framework.
Yes.
That it's still not set in stone.
Based from the UN and in Cobra.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
wait,
Go ahead.
I forgot that part. They said that, we don't know if we could use in Cobra's a definition because we don't have anybody from in Cobra to represent in Cobra. I said, wait a minute, ain't Dr. Daniel saying right there? What you mean you ain't got nobody from in Cobra? I thought that was hilarious to me. Like he wasn't sitting right there.
Yeah, and also just to kind of add one more important point that you missed, Sister Brooke, is was the failed attempt to recall Dr. Deborah Jenkins as the vice president. They they never cited what law or ethics or bylaw that they were trying to use I guess invalidate her election, and then from what I was told, they eventually just kind of almost just brushed it under the rug, brushed it under the rug, like, hey, okay, yeah, we thought we was gonna need to change this, but we not, and then there was an attempt by Lurie Daniel Favors to take the word of ballot and make it seem like they needed to have an actual ballot for it to not count. But we know that they wanted Dr. Daniels all along, because they tried to from the very beginning, they tried to vote Dr. Daniels in when he wasn't even there, and
it seemed like he don't even want it,
right? And the grassroots got on them right away about that. And when myself and Sister Brooke went to that event, I think that was the second public hearing or business meeting. No, it was a public hearing because we got a chance to speak. So yeah, the second public hearing that they had in Albany, we went, and there after they did the vote, which Lurie Daniel Favors was not present for. She didn't go to that meeting, and Dr. Jenkins won 4-3. At the end, as I was speaking to the commissioners, they personally told me that they had to hold this vote publicly because of the amount of emails that flooded the Reparations Commission email from the family saying, nope, you cannot do it. You cannot be voted in while not present. And, just holding them accountable to the bylaws that govern them. So this is just kind of just also to piggyback on what the call to actions are. Do not take it lightly. Do not think it does not make a difference. Do not believe that it's not swinging the momentum into our favor, because it is. All of it counts. Obviously, no one thing by itself can do it, but in this equation where this plus this plus this plus this equals our destination and where we're trying to go, we can't get there without each individual addendum. And so I just implore you guys to, like she said, you don't have to be in New York. You can be from wherever you at. Just definitely lock in with us. Send those emails, and you'll see that we are out here taking care of the rest. So together, we got this. So that's just, I want to make sure we added that on, because that's one of the things that they did in that business meeting as well.
Shout out to Brother Cash. I didn't know that was you. We would have sent you the link to get up on the bridge with us. Shout out to Brother Cash. Gotta show him love. But yes, so, and thanks again, like Sister Brooke said, for those notes. Shout out to you, brother. Always on the front lines doing the damn thing. But we moved strategic because we knew what they was coming with. And we said we're going to work the room. We're going to get these emails sent right there at the hearing. Go ahead.
Okay, found my notes. All right, number one thing, right? I've noticed that when she did the definition of reparations, she said government with an S. Why? There's only one government that is responsible. You know what I'm saying? And trying, and I was like, what do you? So I see some BS with that.
She trying to grandfather clause people into it. Go ahead.
Right. I see the BS with that. So that was the number one thing on my list right here. Then the second thing was they talked about paid opinion pieces. First, they started talking about different articles that they had and different publications. I think they mentioned like the Root. I think it was the Root and some other things, right? That they had things in, and it was the President Devine. Please help me with the name. You know I'm terrible with names. President Devine, help me with her name. Not Dr. Jenkins.
Jennifer Jones Austin.
Jennifer Jones.
Education.
Linda Tarrant Reed.
Yeah.
She said specifically that they were paid opinion pieces. I caught that.
And that's why, sis, I said I was going to keep it light with my commentary and make sure that I advocate for 2 independent Black FBA media outlets who will speak on our behalf, who will work on our behalf. But go ahead.
Then they went on to talk about doing paid advertising. And they only mentioned, like, they mentioned like Caribbean publications that Black Americans aren't reading or watching,
Caribbean
it's Caribbean Life. I remember Caribbean Life being one of them, and I was like, why would you put that in Caribbean Life? What that have to do with reparations? Why would you put CARICOM should be in Caribbean Life?
That's why
they are. You know what I'm saying?
We need our own media outlets, and that's why. And I know those 2 will get the job done. And I wanted to make sure that if they were going to be paid, that money was going to FBA. But go ahead.
And then they talked about the last thing that I have is how they talked about the time. You know, they got 18 more months, so this is basically going to go on till January 2027. So, wah. This part of an unconstitutional rigmarole.
Crazy
you
work.
know, till 2027 January. So that's the end of my notes. Thank you, Cash, for the help.
Yes. This hearing took place at Bethany Baptist Church in Brooklyn. I know Sister Pat is in the chat and she knows it well. But we're gonna play some commentary from there, and we'll break it down and we'll discuss it. So I hope y'all can hang out.
Appreciate you being here and supporting the work of the New York State Community Commission for Reparation Remedies. And community is probably one of the most important words in this commission's name because it's your voice that's critical. And so we look forward to your public comment. You have 3 minutes as a reminder. We also will prioritize new voices, but certainly welcome all voices here today. And so we thank you again for being here in Brooklyn. We are at Bethany Baptist Church, the historic Bethany Baptist Church, and we are honored to be here. First of all, I know that we have Ms. Eljoy Williams here, and I want to make room for her to provide public testimony first, and she would have the podium. Everyone else, if you would grab a mic, I don't know if there's I just see one mic. So if there's one mic, what I'll do is I'll call your names first. I'll call 2 people at a time. So one person would be at the mic and the other person would just be waiting. So when that person moves, we'll have the next person step up. All right.
Pause. Now, this person is the president of the NAACP, who had the G check back in 2018. In person, in her face. So anyway, let's continue. Here we go.
And so is Ms. Eljoy Williams. Are you ready and prepared to take the stage? Yes. We appreciate you being here in the support of the NAACP. Okay, you can be there. Well, thank you for being here with us this afternoon.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I think we're good. Okay. Thank you so very much, Madam Chair, and to the members of the commission who are present and virtual. My name is Eljoy Williams, and I have the honor and privilege of serving as the president of the NAACP New York State Conference, following the legendary leadership of Mother Hazel N. Dukes. And we represent 54 branches across the state, from Buffalo to Long Island. And I am pleased to testify here today as I had the privilege of helping to lead the coalition that organized, advocated, and ultimately secured the passage of the legislation that actually created this commission, which is not a gift. It is the result of community organizing, coalition building, and the political will exercised by people who are steadfast in ensuring that New York's role in racial exploitation not remain hidden or unresolved. And it is born out of a clear demand that this state, which profited richly from the trade, labor, and disenfranchisement of African people and their descendants, must be accounted to his debt. I've submitted a formal written testimony for the record that details our analysis and recommendations, and I, just as every other community member, want to offer the recommendations that I'm putting forth today and emphasize that NAACP will also be submitting materials from our historical archives, which document more than a century of campaigns, legal actions, and policy recommendation to confront the very harms this commission is now studying. For 116 years, the NAACP has documented and fought against these issues in New York, from housing, education, employment, and the justice system. And next year, as we celebrate 90 years for the New York State Conference, but as you know, the NAACP being birthed here, we have a number of things that could be beneficial to this commission. Historic papers that are preserved at the Library of Congress, which are filled with letters and reports from New York branches that are volunteer-led, community-led institutions of campaigns as it pertains to redlining, exclusionary zoning, and racial terror, all pointing to the same truth, that these inequities were not accidental, but they were specifically designed. So I want to get directly to our recommendations that I'm proposing today. You have the full testimony that was submitted. And as I mentioned, there are a number of other civil rights organizations and organizations that exist in the state of New York whose archives could prove useful for the commission in doing this work. And I would urge the commission to formally request those materials from those institutions who documented very detailed documents of how, particularly in places like Long Island and Western New York, the governments, be they state or local governments, conspired along with businesses that specifically excluded people of African descent, as well as being able to provide the basis of the recommendations that this commission will report on. So here are my recommendations. First, the commission should include the following recommendation: to establish a permanent reparations implementation office. We have models of this in the state of New York, be it the Holocaust Claims Processing Office. That office would investigate property and housing claims, trace lineage, administer restitution, and maintain a permanent archive. Without a permanent structure, this work risks ending with the report once it's done. And with it, repair becomes a living institution in the state rather than a report that the legislature and the governor only have one opportunity to address. Second would be to create a permanent funding stream for reparations through a financial transaction tax. Okay. Second would be to create a permanent funding stream for reparations through a financial transaction tax, even 5 cents per Wall Street trade. Those trades would generate enormous wealth built on the labor and exploitation of enslaved Africans and their descendants. A portion of that profit would be reinvested to build the communities and be earmarked for those who are descendants of those who were enslaved here in the state of New York. Third, the commission should recommend a policy redress and reform framework to identify and repeal laws and practices that continue to drive inequity, from tax lien sales and exclusionary zoning to environmental sitting and infrastructure placement that specifically target Black neighborhoods. Fourth, the state must take responsibility for formal recognition and documentation of descendants of those enslaved here in New York State. They can do this in partnership with SUNY, CUNY, and other state archives, managed through the new implementation office that I proposed. The burden of tracing lineage should not fall on families. It is the state's obligation. Those descendants should receive prioritized access to reparative programs, including housing and land grants, tuition-free education, and business development support.
I gotta pause because she pissed me off. First of all, she talked about Hazel Dukes. And Hazel Dukes, though she has transitioned, has always been a shield for the Democratic Party. Two, I don't want the NAACP involved in nothing. This is a Jewish financed and led organization. Look at the implementations that she has. Programs. They will control the allotment if there is money. You hear what this heifer said? I don't want them involved in a goddamn thing. That pissed me off. Big back, but go ahead.
I liked when she was like, oh, if we can do it like we did with the Jewish people, we could research through the Jewish ideology, sister or person of color. We are Black folks, and there are Black folks that thrived before we even knew what Jews were. Why are you always trying to make it an emphasis that we are subordinates to the people, right? Oh, if the Jewish people don't say it's okay, or if the Jewish people say this, then you come along. I don't come along like this. I'm your mother. I'm their mother. And you keep resulting me or reducing me to like a toad. I'm not. I'm before you, and I will be after you. This is by code.
Go ahead, Sister Brooke.
Now, Sister Keisha, you know I did a whole, I don't even know how many hours, 2-3 hours on the NAACP and my premonitions and my thoughts, and I gave evidence as to why I think this way. But I'm going to try to sum it up. In my opinion, the NAACP was never intended for foundational Black Americans. And the reason why I feel that way, and this is why she speaks the way she speaks, because I feel this way because, one, the majority of our organizations at that time were called Negro. Negro this, Negro Association, Negro this, Negro that, Negroes with guns, Negro. Why did they choose colored people? Because from its inception, it was not just for foundational Black Americans. I went on to say that was the initial thought that popped into my head. And when you research the NAACP, you see that especially in the legal department, the founders of the legal department were all Jewish, including the melanated one. And I don't even think he was a foundational Black American, if I remember my notes correctly. So from the NAACP's inception, they have never been, and I'm going to tell you what put me on this train of thought. It was when Marcel Dixon and Miss G got kicked out of the Martin Luther King Juneteenth. No, I think it was Martin Luther King Day something, and Kamala Harris was going to be there. So this was before the election. And they got kicked out of the NAACP event for having, it was a Martin Luther King NAACP event, and they had signs with Martin Luther King quotes about reparations, and the NAACP would not let them in. Kicked them out. And it just got my mind to ticking. And then it was like just things just started being revealed to me. And so, like I said, the colored people, it hit me then. Colored people, why would you? I always wondered that. Why would it be colored people? So, like I said, now you go on And you can see that, look at who did a lot of the civil rights bills actually help. Because my mom tells me she didn't want to go to school with white people. The schools wanted the money. They wanted equal funding for their schools. Now, my mom says that they ended up funding their own schools and that they ended up having a really nice school in her actual town. And actually, she said that when they segregated the schools, they made them leave their nice school, go to the white school, and their school just fell apart. Like it was abandoned after that. But in other places where they weren't able to fund their own schools, they had little or maybe even further back in the day, they had little shacks. It was cold in the winter, so they got coal burning stoves, and it was hard. They got books, they got the old books from the white schools. They were already written on them. So they wanted the funding for the schools. But this is what they ended up getting. And I went on to say that I believe that there's one group of people who benefited the most, and that is the Jews. Because the Jews were hiding. In fact, they still hide. But the Jews were hiding. But now they don't have to hide for fear of death. Because what makes them different, aside from just slavery, but what made this discrimination different, right, is that they could hide. All they had to do was change their names and stop practicing their religion. I gave evidence on a specific Hollywood star, Hedy Lamarr. Hedy Lamarr, this was testimony from her son, talking about he didn't even know he was Jewish. That's how good she hit it. And she was from Austria. She was an Austrian Jew and had escaped during World War II. So again, who benefit from the NAACP? And I will close here and say, not us. Oh, one more thing. Sorry. One more thing. Party. One more thing. I also noticed how every time I read a book or learned about a revolutionary person whom I had great respect for, the NAACP kicked them out. When I read Negroes with Guns, Sister Keisha, you can help me with his name because you know I'm bad with names.
Robert F. Williams.
Thank you so much. They got kicked out of the NAACP for trying to defend a raped Black woman.
Monroe, North Carolina.
They kicked him out. And what was it we were looking at the other day? Oh, it was Hosea Williams.
Hosea Williams, yeah.
Hosea Williams. He was saying he got kicked out the NAACP. So it's like I noticed the thing. So anybody who's really, really about that life, that's really trying to help us and really trying to do something for us, the NAACP ain't with them. I told you Marcel I started off saying that Marcel got kicked out out of a Martin Luther King event for having Martin Luther King quotes. So when you ask the question on why she capes for the Jews that way, in my opinion, because the NAACP ain't never been for us.
Facts.
It's always been for them.
Facts.
It was started by them, and it will be for them. You know, we always, and I think one of the things is, one of the tropes is that because W.E. Du Bois was one of the founding members, everyone was like, oh, NAACP is, but it never was. It never was. No matter where it lands, it's not for us. And anyone
just a
who
face.
is, that's right. And that's what they like to do. They like to put black faces in white spaces to make you feel like it's for us. And one of the things that you were commenting about the education system, when the brothers came home from the war, they just wanted to build better schools for their children. The school buildings were getting reined in. Students shouldn't be reined in. If the white building down the road has a good building, let's just have good buildings for our students to be educated in. And that's not what the people who inculcated the system and the narrative did. They said, oh no, you want to be in the school with them. That's not what the founding brothers wanted and mothers wanted. And let's say not brothers, let's say fathers. The founding fathers and mothers wanted for their children. They wanted a safer school room for their children. And yet the NAACP says, oh no, they want to be in that building. And this is where all this integration conversation started. We never wanted to be with them. We still shouldn't be with them.
Facts. Facts. Let's continue, because now here we go with the Solids Muhammad group.
Hold on, can I just add? I don't want to dump on them, but can I just add something to the NAACP?
Go ahead, brother.
I gotta say this because this is something that I've had this part of this conversation with our sister Breuck. The NAACP is the colonized version of the Niagara movement, and what they did is that they took all of that energy, they took all of that radical energy at the time. See, this is when W.E.B. Du Bois was like, no, we fighting for Black Americans and Black Americans only. And what happened is that they had to meet, why it's called Niagara, because they had to meet in Canada, because on that side of the line, on the American side, they were barred from certain hotels. So they met on the Canada side of Niagara Falls. And what happened is that they were speaking much like most of our quote unquote legacy organizations. They start out on point, right? They start out doing what they're supposed to do. So the Niagara movement was actually speaking truth to power, not to just white supremacy, but against the incrementalism approach of Booker T. Washington. They were speaking out against his approach of like, you know what, it'll eventually come once we kind of earn their respect. And they was like, no, we're going to have it now. And in 1909, leading into 1910, is when those Jewish benefactors got W.E.B. Du Bois, plucked him out based on them, the Niagara movement losing funding, and I think we'll never know if there were intentional fractures within the movement, but there were some fractures in the movement of people moving this way and that way, and that's when they were able to pluck him out and make him the face of it and have people think that it was the same, no calories, but the same good taste, of Coke Zero, same thing as the original, but it wasn't. And so to Sister Brooks' point, most of the orgs were Negro. So it is like this just comes out of nowhere when it's already moved from colored folks to now you have this organization called for colored people. And I was doing this back when I was trying to be a podcaster and do some research and stuff before I became the president of the U.S. Freedmen Project. And I did an episode on our sister Gloria Richardson, the leader of the Cambridge movement in Maryland. And like Sister Brooke pointed out, I had to say this because she said like most of the people that were real riders all had an NAACP story that wasn't good. And she spoke out about the people that the NAACP sent to Cambridge at the time to try to co-opt what they were doing on the ground. And I seen somebody put it in the chat. She was one of the first people to coin the term, oh, that's the National Association for the Advancement of Certain People. Because if you fit their mold, they'll fight for you. If you fit their mold, they'll platform you. But if you don't, they won't. And so she didn't want no parts of it, no matter what they thought about what she was trying to do, because she already knew what she was going to do on the ground with or without their help. And so when she says, and this is no shade to Eldra, I know you had to check her. I met her when I joined the Brooklyn NAACP to see if there was anything to salvage, if there was any way to use these resources to help our people. Obviously, I was mistaken. What I'm saying is this: at no point, remember, this is the NAACP. They have a 100-year history track record, for better or for worse. And again, I know I say this all the time, but this is not to impress you, but to just impress upon you who the real players in this reparation space is. It wasn't the NAACP, even though she said she helped usher this bill through. It was the U.S. Freedmen Project that taught the reparations workshop while this bill was making its way through the legislative body here in New York. It wasn't the NAACP. It wasn't NAN. It wasn't the Urban League. It wasn't Bliss. It wasn't the New Yorkers for Reparations. You want to know why? Because none of them was involved until it got time to push this unconstitutional bill over the finish line. And they knew they was going to have to deal with the U.S. Freedmen Project, letting the people know, yo, this bill ain't worth a damn. So they got all their useful shills, lined them up, and had them push this bill at the same time we was going around the state where I got a chance to meet Sister Breuck, letting every borough know, yo, this ain't it. But you had people like Eljoy and these other legacy orgs and the Pan-Africans saying, no, it is good. And we're going to be able to do something with this. And it's going to produce reparations. Don't listen to them, even though we was the experts on the matter. And so I don't say that to brag, but we got to really understand how these orgs have been used specifically. And that's why I said in my testimony, I'm not sure if we're going to get to it tonight, but don't want to be a spoiler, but I want to say.
We're going to get to it.
Okay.
We're going to get to it. That's why I said
I'll save it then. I will save that then. But yes, those are the facts.
Testimony if the timer goes off. So thank you. And the next person that will go behind you is going to be Herman Francis. All right.
Now, this is the group, or he represents the group with Salis Muhammad and his crew. Remember last week we talked about reclassification. Here you got a Muslim group trying to reclassify us yet again for their own benefit.
Yes, my name is Dewan Madion. I'm a member of the Afro-Descendant Nation, and I appreciate the work that the commission is doing. However, I disagree with the forum that this commission is on for this reason. I believe that the Reparations Commission that has been established by Governor Hochul, as well as the Reparations Commission that is being established in other states, I believe that it is a stratagem, a ruse, if you will, to deceive our people into accepting a watered-down form of reparation when in reality, we deserve full and complete reparation as a result of the destruction of our human rights as a people. We need to be restored as a people, and I will suggest that the commission meet with Black leaders such as Silas Muhammad and other grassroots Black leaders that have taken our case for reparation to the international community, because we see in the domestic realms of America that they're taking us for a joke. And it infuriates me that you take us for a joke, because for John Conyers' bill to be on the floor for over 30 years and it only collected dust as a result of a study. That's all, just a study. I think that's an insult to us. And therefore, it's indicative that America is not taking us serious. Here's the reason why we need to take it out of the domestic realms, like Mr. Silas Muhammad have said and has done, and bringing it to the international arena. I don't know if our people is aware of this, but Mr. Silas Muhammad and 18 other leaders throughout the diaspora have established an identity for us, and that identity is Afro-descendant.
Pause. Here we go. Here we go. Who are these 18 other diaspora leaders that came up with a reclassification for our folks? And that's why I'm tired of all you old niggas. I'm tired of y'all, especially you Pan-Africans. Y'all piss me the hell off, because this is the kind of rhetoric that pisses me off to no end. And they came with a whole crew. And this is not the first time they showed up. They did it in Ithaca. They came with a busload in Ithaca. Now all of a sudden, here these people come out of the woodworks. I'm sick of this shit with them. And see, it's my job to keep Sister Breuck out of jail, right? So, because she be ready to punch people in the goddamn mouth. So I put my hand on her little knee, and I be like, calm down, sis, because she be fuming. So, like I said, I'll take all the goddamn hits so she don't have to. I wanted her to continue to work the room. But your thoughts on this character that came up to give testimony?
I'm gonna try to keep it brief because I know we got a lot to get through. Honestly, I think when he was talking, a lot of them I had to tune them out because I was working the room, for a lot of it. And then with him, he's just, like I said, as soon as he said Afro descendants and all of it, and it's like, and it's so funny because
18 other diaspora leaders.
When the UN, here's what I don't understand. I have these epiphanies, right? Here's what I don't understand, diaspora, right? The UN doesn't do shit for Caribbean nations or Africa. Why in the hell do y'all keep thinking that we as Americans, or foundational Black Americans, are going to get justice at the UN? People who y'all keep saying we don't have a nation, right? Well, you got a whole nation. You got a whole continent with 54 nations. And y'all ain't got justice yet. You know the only people that the UN punish are the Black people. Y'all have a war between the Tutsis and the Hitsus. Am I saying that right? No disrespect.
Good enough.
I'm just bad with names. I'm one of them old Southern people. I'm turning into it, okay? I'm turning into my mama who get the name wrong of everything. So no disrespect when I say that. So if I'm mispronouncing, I apologize. But the Hitsus and the Tutsis, the only people, she laughing at me because I know I'm saying it wrong. Whatever. The only people who went before the International UN Court was y'all. When y'all know that y'all had white puppets behind the scenes pulling the strings. So why would you think that we gonna be dumb enough to think that we gonna get justice from the UN? We not messing with them. They not messing with us. So you could go over there, but you go over there in your name. Don't put my flag on, Monaleo. Take your fast tail over there. Stop doing that. On all these organizations, y'all, the United and what African, they trying to, no, we're not doing that. You do that if you want to, you do it under your name. We got this. We don't need your help. You don't know what you're doing. And it's clear because you've been doing the same bullshit for 50 years. We are sick of riding this mulberry bush with this, what do you call the thing that go round and round? The I can't think of it right now. At the park.
Merry-go-round.
Thank you. We tired of going on around this merry-go-round with you. We're getting off here. This is our stop. Ding, ding, ding. This is my stop. We're done. We're going a different way. Okay? If you want to continue going that way, you do it in your name and your name only and leave us out of it. And I'll let that because I know we got a lot to get to.
Yeah, and I, just to piggyback on that, couple things, and I'm gonna be brief. I promise. I know I say that and then I don't, but I am. So this is how cults become powerful. They will always have a kernel of truth in the middle of the web of lies, right? And so when he says, oh, it's a shame what they did with HR 40, he's 100% correct. When he says Kathy Hochul is playing in our face, he's 100% correct. So you start hearing that, you're like, okay, he cooking. And then he hits you with the bullshit. You're like, well, if that other stuff was kind of true, maybe this has some truth to it too. And it don't. So let us be here to be the ones to tell you that it don't. This is just another remix, a failed a remix, no hook of Pan-Africanism. Because a number of them got up and lied and said, hey, Afro-descendant replaces African-American for y'all, for our people. So let's just take this identity. But then the Haitian man gets up and says, oh, I'm Afro-descendant too. And there's 250 million of us worldwide. So all of a sudden it went from, oh, this is for African Americans to no, this is just blanket blackness for the diaspora all over again. But this time, backed by a leader in Silas Muhammad. And so I will land here because Sister Brooke shared this with me. And if y'all know how Sister Brooke is on here, she's even worse in person. So she stayed on me until I watched this entire 4-hour documentary about Farad Muhammad.
5 hours. 5 hours.
5. See? 5. So if you guys have never watched it, I hope maybe we could put the link to that in the chat.
Brother Shabazz, documentary. It's on YouTube.
Come on.
Mm-hmm. Shout out to Brother Shabazz.
Right.
Go ahead.
This will show you why. Well, let me speak for myself. This is why Devine ain't following near nobody that got Muhammad anywhere in their last name. First, second, or last. Hyphenated. All of that. Once you watch that documentary, it will reveal to you the hypocrisy of the nation and what it was built on. Like you just gotta watch it. Just watch it. I know
and Silas Muhammad is doing his own thing.
Right, he is. He's the lost and found nation within the nation. So he's doing something totally similar, but something totally different. But it's still what they call it in law is fruit from the poisonous tree. So it's the same thing, just remixed. So this thing that they're pushing, like I said, is they just repackaged Pan-Africanism and centering what we've moved away from. And I'll say this in land. This foundational Black American Renaissance is as powerful as it is because we are centering our lineage and nothing else. You go with the Afro-descendancy, you are centering their religion first, and then everything else thereafter. I'll land there.
Sister Brooke put the link in the chat for y'all. Let's continue.
Regina Robinson, is this your first time, Regina? Welcome, and thank you for being here today.
Hi, first I want to thank the Commission for having everyone here tonight, and I am appreciative of the attempt that's being made at reparations. However, I'm very concerned about the language that's being used, in particular when we're saying African descent, because African descent can mean anyone from the continent of Africa when we know that we're speaking about people that are Black and that racializes things. And I'm concerned about that because the Supreme Court has ruled against racializing reparations of any sort twice now. We see that through the dismantling of DEI and through affirmative action. So this Commission needs to be very careful about racializing reparations. And the only way that reparations can be actually paid is that reparations is a specific monetary payment for a specific harm that was done to a specific people for a specific crime. It is not the responsibility of the U.S. to try to remedy every country that participated in slavery. That is for a separate agenda when we're talking about discrimination. But since this commission is here for reparations, that is a specific harm done to a specific people that comes through a specific lineage. I am an American descendant of slavery. My ancestors have been here for hundreds of years. We also have to consider the fact that at what point do people from my lineage become American? We cannot allow for other outside interference from, yes, we know that we are descended from the continent of Africa, but my homeland is here. I have been here for centuries. My ancestors have been here for centuries. We are American. This is the state of New York. It is a state within the United States of America, which means that it can only address and only has the authority to address reparations for those that were impacted by it. That by slavery, by putting that language in your mission and by tying it to slavery because you know that it has to be a specific harm to a specific people. If you're in a car accident, unless it's your car that was directly hit by the other car, that is going to be who the insurance company pays reparations to. It's not going to be the people that are sitting in traffic and that saw the accident. That is how reparations works. We have to make sure that we are doing the right thing here and using the correct language. Now, if you want to propose an agenda for racial discrimination, that's separate.
Here's the deal.
Again, even though they try to silence some voices, it still came through in one way or another. We got to be clear. So let's continue.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson. If you'd like to continue.
If I may, we don't typically respond to people when they presented their testimony because we like to take it and give it thought and consider it. I do need to correct something for you. This is not the Commission's language. Your issue, and everybody who is concerned about language that says persons of African descent should be considered with respect to reparations, your issue is with the New York State Legislature.
Pause. Because their job is to report back to the governor. So that language is your responsibility. You see? You can't talk that slick talk to me because that don't rock. That don't rock and it don't fly with me. Let's continue.
Clarification. And next time, you can go to the website if you want to see the full bill, and that you can go to newyork.gov/reparations. So next, I'm going to go to the next person. I see Paris Green. Oh, no, I think this was not your first time, but one of the people that, can you raise your hand? Thank you. Are you, is this your first time? Yes, if you can please stand up. Thank you. What's your name? This is your first time for. Thank you. And you'll have 3 minutes.
So, my name is Evangeline Byers, and this is actually my first time here. I was given notice that this was happening today. So, one of the things I think we also need to know is that this bill originally originated with Charles Barron. Once he was out of the City Council Assembly, they stole his bill and they made it into what they wanted to. So, if we really want to amend this bill, tell New York lawmakers to support Bill number A5603 for corrective reparations. So everyone who has a problem with the language and the way that this bill is, you can support Bill A5603. I also was very concerned listening to, he's not here anymore, but the young gentleman from Red Hook talk about communal reparations, right? This language and the fact that they take people they weaponize our people against us, right? They take those who are the heads of organizations or the heads of institutions, people who we respect, like Mr. Ron Daniels, and they put them before us, they give them their dirty work, and they send them out before us because they know that we respect you, right? And if you say this is what it is and you recommend it, 9 times out of 10 we'll go along with it. So I just want us to be very aware that don't allow them to weaponize you. If you know that they gave you a legislation that is flawed, why would you bring it to the people and represent it? When this is very, very serious. And so being a Black American, a foundational Black American from here and understanding all of the issues and nuances that come from the whole discussion around Pan-Africanism and us just recognizing Blackness throughout the world, that we are all Africans, but also understanding that our relationship to America is very complex and that we are owed reparations as those who worked and tilled the lands here. My grandmother, up until we can record, right, were slaves and then sharecroppers, right? And so it is a disrespect to our lineage, right, and who we are and the work that we've done for everyone else to come here and benefit and then to put that type of language. So I want you all to understand, because we're living in some serious times where they're using our leaders, the people who we respect, and weaponizing you all against us in the forms of grants and funding and giving you seats at the table, right? And then for those of us who respect you, we have to then start to fight against you. So I want us to be very aware of what's going on.
Thank you.
I'm glad she read the bill. I'm glad she is awakening. But there was some double talk. And I'll discuss that at a later time. Because I don't respect nobody. Not on that panel, I don't. So, because I know where they're coming from. So I don't give a damn. Shout out to Brother Blacksmith in the chat. Got to show him some love. But let's continue. Let's get into it, because my man Mike is coming up.
Can I say one thing real quick before Mike?
If you could
one thing.
Go ahead.
So while I was working the room, right before she got up there, I gave her the flyer. Like, I was so shocked about that, because she took the same flyer. Like, I don't know if anybody seen that movie. Like, I'm starting to speak in movie needs, like Devine. But so Happy Gilmore, when at the end of the movie, if anybody's seen that movie, at the end of the movie, when the guy who he bullied when he was a kid came back and saved his life, and he was like, "I'm so glad I talked to that guy." That's how I felt when she was talking. I was like, well, I'm so glad I gave her a flyer. You know what I mean? Like, just in time. And I'm just going to leave it like that. And that's why I was just like, she took the flyer and read out. I was in shock. So I was appreciative of that.
Of course, of course, of course.
Introduce yourself at the microphone.
My name on the joint is Mike Blackman.
Okay, thank you.
You got me?
Yes.
All right, hello, good evening, everybody. If everybody, including the commissioners, could do me a favor, if you, your parents, and or your grandparents immigrated from somewhere, please raise your hand. Anyone on the commission, ma'am, raise your hand, please. Immigrated, came from somewhere else. No, ma'am, don't project that onto me. Pardon me, quiet, please. You're taking up my time. Pardon me. So, ma'am, raise your hand, please. All right, so we have one lady that's part of the commission that for some reason is ashamed of her heritage. And that's, ma'am, reparations isn't a remedy for racism. Reparations is a debt that's owed from slavery. Reparations is more than a check. But the very first thing it is a check. And that goes to the living descendant survivors of slavery here in what we now call the United States of America. I need you commissioners to have the same energy for us, for our lineage, that you have for these illegals that come over here with $0 in their pocket, no shoes on their feet, and then within 24 hours, they got Jordans, the newest cell phone with the watch to match. So I need you to have the same energy for us, because you don't have them doing a million studies and commissions all over the city and state. You don't have studies and commission all over the city and state when it's time to give millions, billions, and trillions to Israel. Netanyahu, he's setting up drones. My man right here, he got a drone. But Netanyahu, he has guns and bombs on the drones, and they're killing people out there. Y'all don't have studies and commissions when it comes to send money to Netanyahu. Y'all don't have studies and commissions when it comes to send money to Ukraine and all this other stuff. So stop playing with our money. Get us our money. And if the language isn't right, everyone get one of these papers. It takes 2 to 3 minutes to fill out the QR codes, and it'll help disaggregate the information and the language and get everything right. And Kathy Hochul, I know you're listening. If you don't give me my money, I'm gonna land right there.
Thank you. Okay.
Love, Brother Mike. We was outside chopping it up too. Your thoughts on Brother Mike, Brother Devine?
Yo, that's in the words of my man DMX. Dog, that's my man's in him. What my man's in him is doing? Doom doom. Listen, I love Mike to life. I can't, you know what I'm saying? I know there's people that don't like how he moves, don't like his words, would hope that he moves with how they would move, but we all have a purpose and we all need to move how we move. And I will never forget how Mike, before my introduction to Mike, because there's a perfect segue, because the sister that came up right before him talked about how the bill belonged to Charles Barron. What she didn't say was that bill that belonged to Charles Barron had Ron Daniels' organizations written into the bill, giving them full control of the entire commission, so that whatever they said goes. We wouldn't even need to go to these hearings because it wouldn't matter. That was Charles Barron's bill. The one that the U.S. Freedmen Project and the Foundational Black American Grassroots destroyed. Like the little engine that could. But I'm saying that to say they had a meeting, like a rally at the African burial ground, trying to get Hochul to sign this version of the bill. So even though they took his bill, revamped it, remixed it, he was still, like a good soldier, fighting to get this version of the bill passed through anyway. And Dr. Reverend Coachman of the U.S. Freedmen Project said, you know what? If they're having a hearing down there for reparations, even if it's for this bill, I need to go down there and let them know, hey, It needs to be lineage based. Don't support this bill. Let's get it right. And she got down there, and amongst the jeers and the looks and the stares and the people that try to make her feel uncomfortable, Charles Barron himself moved to bully Reverend Coachman when he saw the sign that said lineage-based reparations. He told her to get out of here. This event ain't for you.
Whoa. Whoa.
Yep.
I
Direct.
told you he was a slick guy. Go ahead.
Yep. And she said, wait, I'm a descendant of the enslaved. This is if it's not for me, who's it for? We're American. We got to get it right. It can't be race-based. And as they start to put pressure on her to make her comfortable enough to leave, if y'all know Mike is I don't even know how Mike do it, but he be everywhere. And he everywhere you need him to be. And he also, again, we don't know the cat. We don't know him at all. He ended up being at that same event to go give pushback. And as they were trying to harass Dr. Reverend Coachman, he stood up for the lineage. He stood on business. And because he moves the way he moves and not the way other people want him to move, he was able to tell Charles Barron to back the fuck up and everybody else that was trying to get in her face. And either we're going to have this peacefully or ain't nobody going to have an event here today. That's Mike.
Who's also, not Mike, Charles Barron, down with December 12th.
Yes, indeed.
IBW 24.
That's right. That same Pan-African cabal that is in cahoots with one another, trying to sabotage this for us.
When the movie The Judas and the Black Messiah came out, there was a showing in Brooklyn. And after the movie, they had a discussion about reparations. And IG checked December 12th in their face at that. They asked me to be on the panel. The person who was hosting it, they asked me, I asked nobody. So it was me, that dude from UNIA, him, it was 2 people from December 12th and Pan Africa. And I got out my seat and went in their faces to the dude from the UNIA and the 2 from D12. Stand the F down. Y'all have no business up here talking about a goddamn program. Set aside money for yourselves. Y'all can get
dude? Which dude? Name that dude.
I don't know his name. Little short, light-skinned dude.
Gay.
Whatever. And I told him in his face, you shouldn't even be speaking. Mind your damn business. And I got
he should not.
Pan Africa had to calm me down. But I was ready to ding somebody. But I'm going to get off my soapbox.
No, I agree with you, sis. Some people should be supporters and not main communicators in certain conversations.
Oh, set-asides pro. Well, we got land here. I don't give a F what you got. I don't care what you got. That's why I said, well, I don't like that little dude. I don't.
Greetings, good evening. My name is Rashawn Stovall. How are y'all doing today? I'll make this as simple as possible. Recently, I've traced my lineage to this land. I'm just cracking into the 1700s on my father's side. And we're back to Henry County, Alabama, the county that was created 1 month before Alabama became a state. We're talking tracing directly to territories here. Foundational on both sides, eight sides. 8 sides. This is lineage based. Now, I may say something, a hot take here. Not all black people deserve or will get reparations. I'm gonna repeat that. Not all black people will get reparations. If you have not traced yourself to harm in a lineage-based trace in this nation, then it was a privilege and a choice to come to these here United States. After the Civil War, my family aggressively got property from ex-slave masters, 1,521 acres in Henry County, Alabama. I'm gonna repeat that. Got property from the slave masters, take that right up off of them. For it to be half of the property right now to be taken up under eminent domain through Montgomery, Alabama, as my family, fast forward to now, as my family moved up here at the tail end of the Great Migration. Again, not all black people will get reparations. I'm bringing you tidings from New Jersey right here in support of people who are foundational in New York seeking reparations, while they have people who have chosen to come to these United States of America and asking for reparations as well. Now, you may receive reparations from where your lineage traces from, and I recommend that you seek that path. Because this path here is for people that can trace their lineage to before America was America. You're looking at the realest American you've ever seen in your life. It's a difference between an American and a U.S. citizen. It's a difference between an American and a U.S. citizen, and it is an abomination to my ancestors, the Kynes and the Ingrams on my mother's side, and the Stovall's and the Frasers on my father's side. We had no choice. We had no choice. We stayed ground and fought. What's the reparations for if you chose to come here? I land.
Thank you.
I know my sister Brooke got to get to work, but next week is going to be part 2. Part 2. And on top of continuing this discussion, because I want y'all to see what actually goes down and how we can counter this foolishness. But we also going to talk about, and Sister Brooke, I'm going to use an old clip of yours, if you don't mind, next week. The scam of DNA genealogy. It's a scam. It's a scam. So when Miss NAACP mentioned that, you part of the goddamn scam. What you talking about? I don't want them paying for that for me. Matter of fact, you can run me my money, because I spent hella money doing my family's genealogy on both sides. So again, we're going to stop it here.
You don't have to stop on my account because I'm not the host. I could just come in and out. You know what I'm saying? Every couple seconds. But yeah, keep going because this is important. So if everybody else got time, don't stop on my account.
I love it. I love it. Sister Brooke was like, don't stop. Let's keep rolling and get to the nitty gritty of it.
Keep the party going.
That's right.
Let's go. I got time today. Let's go.
Mr. Stovall, can you please, Mr. Stovall, can you sign in? I don't think you signed in. Okay. Oh, it's on that one. Okay, so can you all bring me the other forms as well so that we can have him added to the record? Thank you. So next time, I think we've got all the new speakers. Any other speakers for the first time here today? All right, if you can come up. You signed in, right, gentlemen? Okay, come on up to the microphone.
I want to first thank the commission for coming events.
Pause. I'm going to skip past Kazembe because he has some health issues, which is why he's speaking in that manner. But I ain't got time for the Pan-African BS. So we're going to move to our brother from California. All right? Brother came all the way from LA. And some of y'all live right here in Brooklyn and didn't show up. But when checks start coming out, your asses will be on the line. He came all the way from Cali.
Grace, motion, and peace to the tribe. Reparations here in the great state of New York are for Black Americans only. Reparations consist of one component, and that is direct cash payments. Bottom line, thanks to Flying United, get off the plane. Keep your programs, your housing vouchers. We've seen this movie back in California. We as Black Americans can trace our lineage pre-1776, where we can prove our harms with legal documentation, slave schedules, wills, and U.S. Census records. Our ancestral homeland is the South. We migrated up from Georgia, Alabama, Virginia, and the Carolinas. We didn't immigrate from the Caribbean, and definitely not Africa, Ron Daniels. Come on, Carrie. This isn't divisive. This is delineation, and it's here to stay. Reparations for Black Americans only here in the great state of New York. Gratitude.
Thank you.
Brother Kane gave his testimony, had to get back to the airport to get his flight back home. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. You see, they try to silence our voices, but look what came in the front. Look what came in the front. Let's continue. Here we go with the more of the Silence Muhammad crew, unless y'all want me to skip it. Skip it? All right, we're going to skip the Silence Muhammad.
Skip it.
All right, so we're going to skip it. Let's see who the next person was. Hold on. Oh, him, right? I forget who he was. Hold on. Let me see.
Next, if you can come on to the mic and just repeat your, share your name. Thank you for being here.
Good evening. My name is Sean McCauley. I'm a Black American. I think that the forefront of this should be done by everyone, wherever you are from. Sue that country that imposed this upon you, right? My recommendation would be not only for cash payments, but also for no taxes for however amount of years we're claiming for. I don't think it's only just for slavery. I also think what needs to be accounted for is the Jim Crow era, because that's where your redlining or your redistricting, all those things occurred from. Now that we were free, we were not allowed to compete. So any businesses that we own, no taxes. Individuals pay no individual taxes as well. Now we're able to compete and have those who want to invest with our businesses, they get tax-free money as well. So we make the economy come through us, right? Any one of us that want to attend any local state, city colleges, we go for free. If they have the budget to do these welfare to work programs and send people to trade schools, things like that, we get that for free. Our Black farmers get those same subsidies for free. So those are laws that we can enact, we can put in place, because everybody debates around if we get cash, no one else get cash. That's really what it's about. However, if we fight for some of those laws to be put in place, now we can level the playing field and actually make it more advantageous for us, which is what we look to do. We were successful after slavery, we were successful before slavery, and during slavery. We have the ability to do. We just being attacked when we do become successful. Those are my recommendations.
Thank you. We appreciate that.
Any commentary before I move on? Because we got these Silent Muhammad crew.
Good
Real
point.
fast.
Same thing I say. Same
Let's get
thing
to
I
Sister
say.
Paris. Let's get to Sister Paris. Hold on.
So next is Paris Green, and then Breuck is next.
Reparations for U.S. chattel slavery and the systems that replaced it is an unpaid debt owed to Black Americans. Our ancestors were enslaved in the United States by the United States. This is an in-house lineage-based matter. Genealogy connects us directly to our ancestors from the North or South in this country as their living descendants. Each generation was born into a legacy of inherited debt and harm. The harm spans lifetimes, so the repair must too. That means direct lifetime cash payments are owed. It's always been about money and land, but let's talk money. New York abolished slavery in 1827, but the business never stopped. Cotton Belt states remain New York's business partners. Enslaved people planted and picked cotton. As a middleman, this empire state amassed wealth by financing, brokering, and exporting the product. Cotton was sent to New England textile mills and turned into fabric. That fabric went to New York companies like Brooks Brothers, which sold enslaved household worker uniforms to enslavers. You can't make new money here without the old money. The foundation of the U.S. economy was built on the stolen wealth from our ancestors. It's our money. For generations, the U.S. government has enriched immigrant families, businesses, entire countries, and economic pipelines they call the American dream, all while paying Black Americans and dehumanizing laws, policies, and practices. This task force was given $5 million and commissioned to partake in theft by loopholing people of African descent into a justice claim they have no right to. This is New York State sanctioned harm, violates the 14th Amendment, and is a curse stain on your legacy. Lifetime direct cash payments are owed to the descendants by proven lineage. I recommend you bring in economists so we can talk numbers for our lifetime generational inheritance.
Thank you. Next, we have Breuck. Is Breuck here?
I didn't think y'all was gonna let me speak, okay? Reparations are not about redlining or gentrification. These are symptoms. The root cause is slavery. The harm to freedmen in New York City began with chattel slavery and wounds that remain open. Let's be clear. Puerto Ricans were enslaved by Spain. Jewish people were persecuted by Germany, and Caribbean nations were colonized by various European powers. But only Black Americans were enslaved on this soil by this government, and for centuries it was enshrined in law. Today, someone mentioned Haitians migrating after the revolution. What they didn't mention is that Black collaborators who sided with the French were being killed by the formerly enslaved in Haiti. Those who escaped fled with their white owners and lovers to Louisiana, where they owned plantations, enslaved people under a different legal system. That group owes reparations too. Yet we're constantly told to unify behind struggle narratives that erase our. A Hispanic man was married to a white woman on national TV. Meanwhile, Black entertainers couldn't even use the same bathrooms as their white colleagues. In a 1963 article in the Negro Digest by Lennox, I think I got the name wrong, by Lennox, describes how West Indian immigrants were treated better and given more opportunities than foundational Black Americans. Some were even classified as white. He cited a Trinidadian who was given a home loan, then refused to rent to Black Americans, mirroring America's exclusion of the freedmen. The book Back of the Hiring Line by Roy Beck outlines how immigration surges over 200 years created a loose labor market, suppressing wages and blocking Black Americans from economic mobility. It highlights how immigration policies have widened the racial wealth gap. Even Frederick Douglass and Barbara Jordan supported tighter labor migration to protect Black workers. Now we hear talk of co-ops and housing opportunities, but as recent testimonies have shown, Black New Yorkers have already been displaced. So who are these co-ops for? They not restoring what was taken from the freedmen. To this commission, if you were truly interested in studying history, please hold a hearing presentation on how immigration has harmed foundational Black Americans. Too often, other groups benefit from our struggle, then move on while we remain stuck. I've watched y'all nonprofits spin y'all heels, reports, grants, promises, no real change. We don't need no handlers. Look at the Asagi Nation and their
Thank you.
All right, Sister Breuck. All right. Give us the 1-2.
I don't really know what else to say. Well, I will say this. I didn't know because I didn't hear when they called Paris, I didn't hear her call my name because I was busy working the room. So I was really shocked when they called my name because I was working the room. So that's why I ran up like, oh, they gonna let me talk. I wasn't aware. And I mean, I think I said enough. I'll leave it there. You know, I did have more to say, but I'll leave it there.
All right. All right. But even though I wanted to skip all the Silas Muhammad people, this one I gotta play. Just for a little while, I gotta play. Hold on.
Yes, or you can call us to finish your testimony because we certainly want to hear the rest of your testimony. So thank you. All right. So next is Kahir. Thank you.
Greetings.
Good evening.
And I'm glad to be here.
Can you repeat your name for us?
Quahir.
Quahir. Thank you.
I'd like to say a couple of things, but first I'd like to remind everyone to please Google Afrodescendant.org or Afrodescendant Nation. It's very important. Now, I was going to give you some history about the Afrodescendant Nation, but after what my sister to the left stated, I decided to change what I was about to say. Number one, reparations was paid to the descendants of slaves already, but it was reneged. Yes, 40 acres and a mule was paid to us. However, after Lincoln was assassinated, look it up.
We're going to let him finish, please. Let's keep a respectful environment.
It's called Field Order number 15 by William Tecumseh Sherman under President Lincoln. After Lincoln was assassinated, they took the land back. Okay? Number one, give us back that land. Number two, give us machinery or whatever we need to till the soil. Give us money, gold, whatever we decide we want. Now, I noticed there's some kind of it's a little tense in here, and I understand. I've been fighting for reparations since 1991. In 1992, I knew that I was not going to get reparations from America because I'm from Haiti, but I fought harder. Because I know once America pays reparations to the slaves here, and it will happen, I will get my reparations from France. So there shouldn't be no disunity here, okay? Afro-descendant means that we all are united. And if you count the Afro-descendants, it's about 250 million of us. Imagine 250 million black people standing together. Once America pays reparations, France will pay reparations, Portugal will pay reparations, all of them will pay reparations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Pause. Okay? This is what I'm talking about. Pan-Africanist leaning on our legacy. As he said, once we get, then they get. So let me grandfather clause onto them now. You see? So that when France kick us our bread, we ain't got to give y'all none. But I'm just saying. This is the bullshit I'm talking about. The double talk. The double talk. I wanted to say, Mother Effer, go help barbecue. He needs your help right now. You ain't on that type of time. But you standing here on this soil talking shit. Go ahead, Brother Devine.
Yeah, I'm so glad you played his, right? Because this one needed to be heard. And to what you just said about leaning, see, I don't even have a problem. And that's what I was telling some people in the room. You know, a lot of times because of the way in which they are framing this and the things that they do from the front of the room, and so much has to be corrected, we don't get the opportunity to have these nuanced conversations where none of us, well, let me not say none of us, where me personally, my official stance and my personal stance is I am not against any other ethnic group in the diaspora getting what is owed to them. I have no issue with what he said, specifically pertaining to us being one of the biggest dominoes to fall, and then they will eventually fall for them as well, because we already know, we are the trendsetters. The issue I have is why I'm leaning toward you, Sister Keisha, when you talk about leaning and just how Pan-Africanism is that even though his intentions might not have been bad intentions, they still do the same job when you get up and say, reparations was already paid to us. They took the land back, so the first demand is Give us back our land. Who you talking about, bro? Because that ain't you. That would be like me going to Haiti and saying, hey, the French owes us, so when they giving us that money? They would look at me crazy, and rightfully so. I would have to have a personal conversation with Barbecue and nobody else. You understand? Like, that's going to be a very intense conversation with not a lot of words if I came in there trying to talk like I own something that they own. And that's the underlying issue and problem and fatal flaw, in my opinion, with Pan-Africanism. It erases our existence because most of the we and most of the our happens in the USA. They don't go to these other countries and talk the we and talk the our. They respect the cultural boundaries when they're in these other countries, when they're in these other regions. It's only here that everything gets reduced down to us and we based on melanin. We got to cut that out if we're talking about true Pan-Africanism and have something of substance where it's going to be based on respect and boundaries. And I know you didn't play the other ones, but I got to say this because this is something that I heard during all of those testimonies. Before he got up, because he was also in Ithaca, so I knew he was coming. And I saw him, I knew he was going to speak. But in Ithaca as well as here, all the people that preceded him said, hey, African Americans, this term doesn't fit you. Afro-descendants is the term for you. Replace it with that and we can go to the UN or take it international. And this is a term just for us and we can get our redress that way because we're never going to have it in the boundaries of the United States of America. And then this gentleman gets up and says, hey, I am also an Afro-descendant. Uh-oh. We got a problem. Because now there's two different ethnic groups under the same Afro-descendancy. Then he goes on to exacerbate the problem by saying, and imagine there's 250 million plus Afro-descendants. Imagine us all standing together. That's Pan-Africanism by a different name. That's it. You just want Pan-Africanism with Silas Muhammad as the leader. That's really all this is. And we have to be careful with that and not allow any of our people to get sucked into this because this is erasure even when the intentions are good. And that's the fatal flaw of Pan-Africanism in the way in which it's practiced right now. Until it is practiced with respect for each individual identity, autonomy, and cultural boundaries, until it's that, we can't get down with it. We can't. Because it erases us even when the people that's doing the erasing don't mean to do it. And it's something that, in my opinion, in my experience, exclusively and solely happens to the Black Americans that practice Pan-Africanism. Everybody else gets to be who they are except for us. And that's the problem.
And with that Field Order 15, he told half the story. He didn't say Andrew Johnson reversed it in 1865. Don't tell part of the story, mother effer. Tell the whole damn story. Don't put part of the testimony on the record. Put the whole damn testimony on the record. Sister Breuck, if you want, go ahead. You got to unmute.
Sorry, I had a double mute going. He looked familiar to me. You know, he was at the conversation. And
He be at the Universal Hip Hop Day Parade. He everywhere, handing out them dumbass flyers. Go ahead.
Mm-hmm. And I asked him, I was like, you were at the conversation. He was like, yeah, you know. So anyway, you know, I was hitting up everybody to send them emails. Send the emails. I was like, yeah, if you want your reparations, send these emails. I'm shameless. Send the emails. That's all I want. I also mentioned someone was, listening to in the chat, and they was, talking about how we need to hold a hearing about how immigration harmed us. So the next thing I'm working, President Devine and I are working on the back end to set that up, because that was kind of a last minute thought I had, to have Andre Barnes from Numbers USA to come in and do a presentation on that topic. So I put the commission's email in the chat, and that one you kind of have to send yourself, because like I said, me and President Devine are working on how to make that the same thing as the other ones, where it's less than 30 seconds. Just give us a couple days on that. But that is the email address that I put in the chat. That is the gentleman's name, his organization. If you could email them and tell them that you just want a presentation on how immigration has harmed foundational Black Americans in New York, that would be great. But like I said, in a few days, I'll make it, we will make it simpler. And I'll land there.
Okay. Now we got the president about to pull up. Here we go.
Thank you. Thank you, Quahir. Next we'll have, after Devine, is Chantel Williams and Kamara Hudson.
My name is Devine Prince. I'm the president of the U.S. Freedmen Project, and I'm a Brooklyn boy. And I heard a Brooklyn songwriter say, every day I wake up, somebody got a problem with Hove. Who knew that somebody would be the entire New York Reparations Community Commission? Ain't no love in the heart of the city and in the heart of this commission. Imagine voting to punish the most committed members of the community to this process, voting to Jim Crow us to the back of the proverbial bus, the back of the speaker's line, when you're supposed to be honoring our ancestors who were Jim Crow survivors. I'm disappointed that the vote passed unanimously. See, we expect these underhanded tactics from Dr. Daniels and Daniel Favors Esquire. They're here to fight against the Black American community in favor of their Pan-African American community. They advocate for our ethnocide. Dr. Ron is on record at a Fulton County reparations hearing saying that today's Afro-immigrant is tomorrow's African-American. And Commissioner Lurie is on record saying that Black Americans need to fight for immigration because we can and could be deported like the Jamaican side of her family. You know what we don't hear though? Anyone citing all the studies and reports dealing how immigration as a whole, including Afro-immigrants, negatively affect Black Americans and help to usher in gentrification. Based on the racial of African descent language of this bill, that's a conflict of interest. Frederick Douglass, A. Philip Randolph, Barbara Jordan, and Coretta Scott King all advocated for the protection of Black Americans from the negative effects of immigration. Today is the Statue of Liberty's birthday. She was gifted to the USA to honor Black Americans that forced this country to recognize our emancipation. In 1987, Reagan and right-wing white supremacy takes our day and makes it National Immigrant Day. It helps to propagate the narrative that America was built by immigrants, thus erasing our connection to Lady Liberty. Now we're dealing with the same erasure from left-wing white supremacy. So we're stuck on the ABCs because this commission is built on a faulty foundation, and you refuse to change it even though the legislation allows it. And we were told by the authors of both bills that you would change it once you saw fit. So I sound the same because the truth don't change. Race-based reparations are morally, legally, and historically unjust. Global unity based on melanin has never meant let's follow a religion that claims we're all just Africans in different countries. The U.S. Freedmen Project created a presentation that details the reparations movement has always been lineage-based. It's not until Dr. Ron's modern Pan-African org show up that you get this conflation of Black Americans and Afro-immigrants. It's why Callie House's org fought for ex-slaves in the USA to get a pension. Queen Mother Orly Moore fought for slavery descendants to get reparations and had a separate organization dedicated to the interests of Afro-immigrants and the diaspora. Malcolm X gave a speech at Michigan State advocating for reparations for those that built the country. Dr. King called us descendants of slaves and said we were going to Washington to get our check since this government was propping up immigrants to our detriment. Randall Robinson, founder of TransAfrica, advocated for the continent and Caribbean and wrote The Debt, where white America owes blacks, where he lays out a lineage-based claim. So when it sounds like I'm saying the same thing over and over again, while you're focused on the ABCs that you missed the nuance that would have taken you to ABCD, D is for the damages and debt. Oh, I got 2 seconds left.
Thank you.
Don't we
All
see
right.
2 seconds?
All right, Mr. Devine. We
Thank you.
Appreciate you. Thank you. Chantel, you are next, and then Kamara is next.
She stole your seconds.
Mm-hmm.
They damn sure did. And what's crazy is the reason why I point is because the clock showed that there was still seconds on it.
Mm-hmm.
So it was like, what? How am I getting cut off?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So she's part of that crew that wants to steal money to line her own goddamn pockets.
Mm-hmm.
She's with the
If
Urban
she's stealing
League.
time, she's stealing. Excuse
So,
me.
Sister Keisha, I wanna humbly ask, do you mind if I give my last 15 seconds that nobody got a chance to hear?
Go ahead. Go ahead. Go
Yes, I
on.
would
Go
love
ahead.
to hear it.
Thank you. So when it sounds like I'm saying the same thing over and over again, while you focus on the ABCs that you don't like, you miss the nuance that would have taken you to D. D is for the damages and the debt owed. It's for the biggest fact you missed right in front of your face. D is me. I'm divine, and as a devoted descendant, I'm here to decree and declare we are coming to collect the debt owed for the damages this country did. And if I have to fight through discriminatory whites and disrespectful diasporans to do it, so be it. One last D. I'm done.
Oh, you needed those 15 seconds. God dang.
Yeah, not all. Well,
She could have given it to you. It's not like it was gonna be, But she doesn't want Devine to go after what is deserved for his ancestors. God
She didn't want
damn
me
it.
to cook, and it's okay. But I wanted to point this out, and that's why, and this is what I was going to talk about earlier when I was asking if we was going to get to that. The erasure by left-wing white supremacy is actually what Sister Marcia just said. The legacy orgs are the arm that left-wing white supremacy is using to erase us in real time. See, right-wing white supremacy does it blatantly with the white supremacists or white-aligned orgs and movements. Left-wing white supremacy does it with the POC coalitions and the respectability politics. And so when you have these orgs being represented while not being in place to do the real work, well, they didn't meet with any politician that we met with. They didn't hold any reparations roundtable that we did. They didn't contact the California task force members and ask them to speak to the New York state legislators on behalf of Black Americans fighting for reparations. We did that. They didn't do that. And so they came in and were brought in at the last minute. That entire New Yorker for Reparations coalition, that ain't grassroots. That's AstroTurf. Solange just brought that in. That's why you get the Bliss and that whole movement that's trying to fight for blacks and indigenous. That's why you get the Dr. Jackie that came up that's always cheering on the people that are advocating for race-based policies and trying to politically correct us to death with, oh, why don't we just get it first? Then we can decide who gets it. If we get it first for everybody, what are we going to do? Start taking it back from those that never was supposed to get it in the first place?
Double talk.
Right. That's the con game. And so it's sad to see, but like my sister Brooke said, oh, we built for this. Unfortunately, the U.S. Freedmen Project is the only organization in New York fighting solely and exclusively for foundational Black Americans to get the justice due, the debt that's owed to our ancestors. Everybody else is playing some other type of game and trying to run some other type of con. And that's okay because we built for it. And our coalition is growing day by day by day. And I'm so thankful for the people that we've been able to come across and align with. And the leaders that's coming in and taking, the ball and running with it. And people like the OGs here that are imparting that wisdom that we just didn't have. Those firsthand accounts that nobody knows but y'all. I liken it to sitting at the feet of my genealogy, of my parents. You see, nobody else knows those stories that they're passing down to me but them. And I'm just thankful I get that same experience sitting at the feet of a sister Keisha or brother Tad. Coming onto the bridge with a sister Marcia and brother Black and getting his firsthand wisdom that ain't nowhere else. That's the power of it. It's really exclusive information. It's really on some need to know G14 classified type stuff. And so, man, if nothing else,
even though we gonna get this reparations, for the simple fact that I got a chance to meet and get to work with powerhouses like y'all, it makes all the lean time worth it. When it was just me trying to get meetings with politicians and they was like, who the fuck is this? We don't know who that is. Devine, who that? He ain't nobody. And I wasn't getting no meetings. But I would just call and call and call and call every day until somebody said, okay, just see what he want. Just see what he want and just play him to the side. And eventually,
D for determination.
there it is. There it is. And one person eventually decided not to play us to the side. And remember, Nikki Lucas made all the difference in our political profile. She came through and said, hold on, y'all talking some, what's this? That's not what that bill is talking about? No. So let me go read that and see what they are talking about. And the rest is history. Politically, but culturally and socially and also politically, like I said, getting a chance to work with y'all, like I am forever grateful and in y'all debt for what y'all do and what y'all extend to us.
We proud of you, brother.
And you don't even understand how I was talking to Sister Breuck about this. And you know, Sister Breuck is the crier, right? So everybody can't be crying. But it was in that meeting at the Caribbean Corner, and I'll be quiet because I don't want to try to make this about me. In the Caribbean Corner, when we was going to war, and you was running down your illustrious resume that deserves to be ran down. And immediately after running it down, you brought up this little engine that could. You said the U.S. Freedmen Project reached out to over 50 of y'all organizations and nobody answered back. And I'm like, man, she didn't even have, if you didn't say a word about that, your resume was enough to solidify the moment and the point you was making. But you thought enough of what we had done to mention it alongside what you were talking about with yourself. And I told Sister Breuck that day, I was like, yo, I can't even put into words how that made me feel in a space like that. Because we didn't do the work for the recognition. But when you could get recognized for the work that you did for the people by somebody that is doing the work for the people, man, you can't buy that. And I'll take a breath.
They ain't playing. They ain't know the team you was coming with. But also, you know, I like to give a shout out to the elders of the U.S. Freedmen's Project. That's what you call elders. Not these old suckers, but elders. You understand? Who not afraid to let the young lion lead. You don't have that in Pan-Africanism. Everybody's old, falling over, and 100 and something years old. Everybody, every organization, old.
And if they're young, they don't want you to speak. They make you fall back. They make you leave the organization because they don't want your spirit. They don't want that energy. They don't want to fight against the system because the system is complacent to them. They're complacent to the system. They're married to the system. And you want to break that marriage and they don't want to divorce it. And you're like, sometimes you got to have a divorce to renew the spirit and find new love again. And it's okay to divorce because sometimes you have to find new love again. And that first love can always break your heart, but you can always find new love. They don't believe in that. They don't believe in that.
And going back to Jackie, Dr. Jackie, real quick. Let me give you a little bit of history. I know her through her aunt, Ollie McLean. And if Ollie McLean was alive today and see her, Jackie, Dr. Jackie, that is, rocking with the National Action Network, she would snatch her down, like Brooke said. She wasn't rocking with that. And you talk about you representing your aunt every hearing. I don't know how she finds me. But she ended up sitting next to me. And she go, you remember me? You remember my aunt, right? And I just go, yeah. Because I don't want to say nothing, to disrupt the meeting. But one day I'm going to see her outside. Holly McLean wasn't about that. She didn't rock with no National Action Network. She wasn't on that. You doing her legacy a disservice. But I'll land there. Go ahead, Sister Brooke.
That was real powerful what Sister Marcia said. And I'm just gonna tell you what I felt when you said that. I felt your experience in those words. Like, yeah, I could feel you wasn't just you was talking about what you experienced, like your divorce. You know what I'm saying? And that was man, even in my personal life, you touched me with that one. I'm just gonna leave it there, because I don't really talk about my personal life too much. But I just wanted to let you know, like, you not only did you touch me, that touched me in this work in my heart, but you touched me in my personal life, in my heart with that one. And
That's dope. That's dope. Let's go to the big sister, Kathy Dean. Hold on.
If Edwards Darrow can come on up so that we can make sure we can get everyone. Is Edwards Darrow here? If you're not here, we're gonna go to the next person. And so that will be Clausel Pan after Kathy Dean. So thank you, Kathy Dean.
Good evening, distinguished members of New York State Community Commission on Reparations.
Someone fix that mic for her, please.
Okay, all right.
There you go.
Good evening, distinguished members of the New York State Community Commission on Reparations. My name is Kathy Dean, and I am a Global War on Terrorism disabled woman veteran. I proudly stand before you as a veteran and a present-day direct descendant of two American freedmen, Hill Cherry, also known as Hill Cherry Jr., and his father, Hill Cherry Sr. Both served honorably in the 14th Regiment of the United States Colored Heavy Artillery during the Civil War. On January 7th, 1865, they enlisted in Plymouth, North Carolina. Though born in North Carolina, their service was credited to New York State to meet its troop quotas. Hill Gillam's service was credited to Casanova, Hamilton County, and Hill Cherry Sr.'s service to Henderson, Jefferson County. In total, 40 men were credited to New York in this way. New York State benefited from their sacrifice, and now it is New York's debt to repay their descendants. As a Global War on Terrorism disabled veteran and a direct descendant of these freedmen, I urge you to recognize their contributions and strongly admonish the New York State Legislature to pass a disaggregation law that pinpoints the needs of present-day direct descendants of American freedmen, just as they have done for Asian Americans, Pacific Islanders, and Middle Eastern and North African communities. Thank y'all.
Thank you, Ms. Dean, and thank you for your service. So next we will have.
Gotta show love to Mama Dean. She always come through with the 1-2. You want to say something, Brother Devine? Go ahead, Sister Brooke.
y'all should be embarrassed. Miss Kathy Dean be at every meeting. She came to the church when we had the meeting about help me out, Devine. You know my memory. Disaggregation meeting at the church with Reverend Coachman. She comes out to everything. And once again, I met her at the rally for reparations in DC. You know what I'm saying? So y'all, Kathy Dean out here, Kathy Dean is out here. Like, she just, I don't know, when I see her, she just, I don't know, my heart just swells with just so much love, because she's just, that's how she's just so loving and so encouraging, and just her spirit is she's such a small lady, but her spirit is so like big, like a huge hug every time I see her. And Man, listen, I just thank God for that day she walked up on me at the rally. I couldn't have met a, and that's what the rally was for. And I think, Tariq, that rally had me meet so many family members that I'm still in contact with. You know what I mean? And she was, so I appreciate Tariq for having that rally. I appreciate Kathy Dean for coming to that rally and coming to everything else since. And I'll land there.
Yeah, I just want to say, and I'm glad she put that, because there was not much to add after Sister Brooke said it all. But I just want to correct Miss Kathy Dean with love in the chat. She says she's an older and a boomer, and I want to tell her that she's not an older, she's an elder. There's a difference between olders and elders, and Miss Kathy Dean, you are an elder. That is someone that deserves and has earned the respect of those that you have paved the way for and that you impart your knowledge and your love and your support to. So I want to say, and you said something at the meeting, and I corrected that then too, and I'm gonna correct it again now. You said you love being around us because it's like we're a family. And I want you to know that it's not like we are family. We are family. And this, like I said, this movement that we have that's burgeoning and speaking into existence on the verge of a critical mass, all that we're doing will never be forgotten by those that are on this journey with us. And so we thank you for your service overall, but I will personally really thank you for how you help to service this movement. And your contribution is second to none. I know when I see you, I'm going to see that tripod. And when I see that tripod, it's documentation time. You're not leaving until you get the family photo. And you will persist and push us with love to get it done. And I personally thank you for it. I'm not really a huge picture taker in general, but there's no way I can ever tell you no. And so I'm thankful for you and the love and the spirit, like Sister Brooke said, that you bring to every hearing and event that I've seen you at. And like she said, you are at them all. So you are the epitome of consistency and being present and showing up. And so we thank you for that. I thank you for that wholeheartedly.
Sister Marcia, you want to say something, or I'm gonna move on? Okay, I'm gonna move on. So after hearing all of the testimonies that was said, and knowing that we need our own advocacy in media, I totally trashed my written speech. And I just wanted to get it out there on record to the commission and to let our FBA media know that somebody is also advocating for them on the ground in this. So that's where my commentary came in at. So I totally threw my written speech out the window because I know how to advocate for us.
Can you share your name? Thank you for being here.
Keisha Forrester.
Okay, Keisha, thank you.
First, before I get started, I just want y'all to know, I wish the communications secretary would not have left because the majority of the stream on YouTube, the sound has been out. So, and it's been out. And I'm still listening, it's still cutting in on and off. Also, from the business meeting, she talked about legacy media reaching out to Amsterdam News, maybe Our Time Press, but that's dead. New independent Black media like Doggy Diamonds TV or Viral Access Media would have had this place filled in a matter of minutes. You gotta use what's in your hands, as Adam Clayton Powell Jr. once said. Y'all not using what's in your hands. But it's been a while since I've been to this church. The last time was in 1988 when the Breuck family sought refuge in the sanctuary here, and their attorney was Alton H. Maddox Jr.
Clarification, the Breuck family did not seek refuge here. Reverend Dr. William Augustus Jones Jr., when the Breuck family was being kicked out of a church up in the Bronx, literally drove up there when Al Sharpton called and said, I have nowhere to go, and the police are coming for her. He drove up there, put them in his car, and brought them back here.
Facts.
He took care of them.
Facts. Pause. I said it the way I said it to avoid mentioning Al Sharpton at all. But you see, this is what we're dealing with. This is what we're dealing with. And you know, in my humble opinion, her pops would be ashamed. But I'm going to continue. And I'm also aware of your Uncle Lewis Clayton Jones as well, because I was around back then. So just to let y'all know, I am Brooklyn thorough. From my head to toe, I am dressed with garments and footwear created by foundational Black Americans. I just don't talk this, I live it. My great-great-grandmothers are buried right here in Brooklyn, exactly 2.5 miles from where I live. One of my great-grandmothers was an employee of mobster Lucky Luciano. I don't claim to be gangster, but I am thorough, so I'm just letting y'all know that. Prior to gentrification, there's always an influx of immigration. My grandparents and great-grandparents had to deal with the Irish, had to deal with the Italians, and the Puerto Ricans, who became landlords and kicked them out. My grandmother and great-grandmother had to physically fight them because they called them the N-word every chance they get. So the precursor of gentrification is always immigration. And I'm gonna land there. The next time y'all come, be Brooklyn thorough, you heard?
All right. So thank you. Keisha Forrester, if you don't mind leaving us the list of the names of media, we would appreciate that. And we're asking for that. We're asking for your support. So if you have emails that you want to share with us, we will certainly reach out. So thank you. Are you?
The job, as she repeated, you see, everything is strategic. I don't do nothing by happenstance. To make sure I gave her the contact information. And it's on the record. So if she doesn't, or the commission doesn't contact them, then I have to rebut up in Utica. You understand? Because Doggy Diamond's going to let me know, and Mike Larry going to let me know. So if they don't contact them, I have to rebut and call them to the floor, because I want our media to represent us as we push forward. Let's continue. Hold on.
Hold on, before we continue, I just gotta say the sign the sign for thorough was crazy from the lady that was doing the sign language. When you said I'm not a gangster, but I am thorough, I thought the lady was throwing gang signs up. The little sign in the box.
You crazy. Let's go.
Payan, is your last name Payan?
No, I'm Darryl Edwards.
Okay, thank you. We called you a while ago, but thank you for being here.
All right, thank you. I'm so sorry. I stepped out, went to the store real quick. I lost my speech, so I'll make it real quick. Hi, everybody. Hi, Task
Hello,
Force.
thank you for being here.
My name is Darryl Edwards. Most people know me as Fish and Grits, so I'm gonna make it real quick. I'm not black. Me no black. Black like you, I'm not black. And that's what I hear all the time, living around all these foreigners, anybody with a hint of melanin in their skin, whenever they want to be identified with us, that's the first thing that comes out their mouth. These reparations is only for Black Americans. I lost my speech, so I can't, I'm trying to remember some of the things I had on it. Cut the check, cut the check, cut the check, cut the check. Cut the check now. I don't know, I don't care if it's prepaid debit cards, stimmies, what else? Direct cash payments, tax credit, like I said, but we need it now. Can we get it like before the end of this year? I'm trying to have a good Christmas. What else? Like that commercial, like I said, yeah, we need cash now. Can we cut some cash now soon? The government shut down, so you can send the money this way. And last but not least, my recommendation. My recommendation is bring back the protections from the Freedmen era, all the Reconstruction laws. That you can start there. All the laws they took from us during Reconstruction, you can start right there. Reenact all the Freedmen, the Reconstruction laws reenact the laws from Reconstruction for us. That's it. All the protections, all the stuff they took away from us. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you for being.
Shout out to Fish and Grits. He's hilarious. But again, I just want you to know, because there's a part you won't see. Right after I spoke, I walked out. And I stood outside, and me, Mike, and a few of us was talking outside. After the last person went out, the commission started to file out. And one by one, they came up to talk to me. I didn't go to them. They came to me. It was other people outside they could have went to talk to.
She had them shook.
Exactly. Right now, Dr. Chanel Hawkins, she told me her whole life story. She's from Fort Greene. I got to do some fact finding over there. But anyway, just to make sure, I said it in there. They said it. And when we came outside, they reiterated that they needed that contact for those media outlets. So again, if they don't contact them, when we get to Utica, it's going to be a problem. But I'm going to play this last clip because this is the lady that pissed me all the way off. And we're going to close it out.
Being here today. Can you share your name?
Yes, my name is Monifa Bandele. I'm with the Malcolm X Grassroots Movement and the Movement for Black Lives. I did have a statement today, but I put it away because I feel like this is an important moment to talk about what it means to be family and what it talks about to win in this moment. And I've heard a lot of people talk about history in this space. And one of the things that history has always taught me is that Black people have never won anything by fighting within the boundaries drawn by colonial powers. There is no way, if you go back to whether or not when it was we were enslaved here in the United States, yes, I'm from Brooklyn, yes, my ancestors are from here, but also they benefited from the Haitian Revolution. In South Carolina, they benefited when Haitians got on a boat to come and free Africans in South Carolina. When Haitians traveled to Louisiana. I'm not Haitian, but I benefit a great deal from the Haitian people. There's a storm barreling down on Jamaica right now. Yes. And it just like Hurricane Melissa doesn't care if you're from Jamaica, Texas, Georgia, Alabama, neither does white supremacy. And yes, it is important to make very specific legal claims. We understand reparations. We've been studying reparations. Our organization is named after Malcolm X, who is the son of a Black immigrant, Louise Langdon Little from Grenada. That's right, together. Both. So the wedge that is being pushed here will sink our movement. If we don't stand up and stand up together, again, I'm not talking about the specific legal claims. We have specific legal claims. The Haitian people, the Jamaican people have specific legal claims. People from Barbados, the U.S. Virgin Islands right now has specific legal claims. That is also America. And it's the Caribbean. Stokely Carmichael. Like all of our movements, every organization that you have named this evening had Afro descendants from the diaspora in them. You have not named a single formation. And when you go back before 1865, it was the collaboration between people who had been multi-generational on those plantations and people who had just arrived from the triangle within the Caribbean. So you can't name a single movement.
Thank you very much.
I love y'all all, and I hope we can talk together.
They couldn't say thank you soon enough. She was having me choke on my saliva. Listen, I kind of get what she's saying, and then I disagree. You have to understand people's movements. When the Jewish people are fighting for their stuff, they're fighting only for Jewish people. They're not bringing in other groups of people into their conversation. And I don't understand why she can't understand that, or any quote unquote Pan-African or Black movements that are out here that can't understand that. Sometimes you just have to be specific in your motion. Like that lady was saying, when you're in a car accident, you're the only one involved in that car accident. They don't bring all the outsiders, everything like that, the bystanders in that conversation. And I like that analogy. And I think we need to move that analogy a little bit more further, because it's not about everyone. Everyone has a larger conversation, but this is a small pocket conversation right now, and allow the people to have their conversation. Allow that in peace and grace with devotion, right? But no, you want to disseminate the conversation so it could be specific to the way you see it. And we're doing a wedge and people came together. Yeah, we'll all come together, but we all also have to understand the cause and effect of everything. And people are not getting it, and I pause.
For real. Sister Brooke brought this movie that I saw a long time ago to mind again. And every top Black actor and actress is in it. The name of the film is called Feast of All Saints. Watch that film. Gay? It's available for free on YouTube. You ain't even got to pay for it. The link to the calls of action that we have are in the chat. We need y'all to grab those links and send out those emails. Like Brooke said, it only takes 30 seconds. Three sets of emails, less than a minute. Let's get it popping. So we about to close out. Sister Brooke, your final thoughts and commentary. Let's take the people home.
Well, I said a lot, so I'm just going to respond to that last testimony. I just want the family to consistently pay attention to the fact that, these people come up here and they have all the smoke for us, but people can sit there and say things like, I didn't see them looting like they did in Katrina, and there's no smoke. The smoke is only one directional. It only comes this way. It only comes towards us, and that's a problem. And I just want to say this, right? I want people to keep this in mind when they talk about Malcolm X's mom, right? And this is not to denigrate her, okay? When Malcolm X's father met his untimely death at the hands of white supremacists, it drove her mad. That's not me exaggerating the subject. She couldn't handle it. She wasn't used to it. She wasn't built for it. She could no longer take care of her children. She had zero hand in raising Malcolm X because she was in a mental institution. And like I said, this is not to denigrate her because losing your husband in such a way is extremely debilitating. But foundational Black American women have been dealing with that since the beginning of, since the white man set foot on this land. And you know what happens when that things happen? We must move on because we have children. We have family. So when you're bringing up his mom, she was only his mom in DNA. He was raised by his sister. Someone who was raised in the soil, who was birthed in the soil. She was able to handle it because she was born here. She knew what this was like. And she is the one who instilled lessons in him that came back to his remembrance when he decided to put those earthly things away, those worldly things away. You know, the Bible says, when I was a child, I spoke as a child. I did as a child. And then when I became a man, so when he became a man, it was her lessons that helped guide him. So I just want that to be clear, you know, and like I said, and that wasn't to denigrate his mom, because in all, like, she from what I read, she was a beautiful woman. She was a beautiful woman inside and out, and so sweet and so gentle that she could not handle American life, Black American life. It drove her mad, and that's just the truth. And then while we were in there, the lady mentioned Stokely Carmichael. And I've learned a lot of things about Stokely Carmichael, and I'm not going to say everything because I got a feeling that President Devine wants to touch on it, and I think he can hit that one a little bit better than I can. So I'm just going to speak on this part. When the fire got hot, Stokely Carmichael got out of Dodge. He bounced and never came back. He ain't helped us with near struggle since. He ain't right. So how much for us was he? Because like I said, he got here, he stirred up the pot. He did not follow instructions. He did what he wanted to do. And when he made the block hot, he bounced and went to Africa and never came back. So don't we be trying to be nice. You know what I'm saying? I be trying to be nice. I want to find something to give you credit for. But when you start trying to, I'm going to start pulling the truth on you. I'm going to start hitting you in the face with the truth. I got to do it. I got to do it. Because that's what you won't do. And it was one more thing, but I can't remember it right now. So I'm just going to land right there.
All right. Brother Devine, your final thoughts and commentary.
Yeah, man. I mean, she hit it on the head. I was going to speak about it, but she took all the words. So there's nothing I need to say on that. The only thing I'll add is not only did he run up off the block, my man went into witness protection and changed his name. So a lot of people would sit there and think, oh, he did it because he was running on. No, he was like, hold on, ain't looking for me. I ain't Stokely no more. I'm delivered. Call me Kwame. Toure. Please. So we're going to keep it a buck on that. But I will talk to what she said, because if you guys notice, every time we do this song and dance, talk about somebody being upset that people are sounding the same, it's always the same handful of names. You want to know why? It's only a handful of names. So we got to keep it a whole buck if we're going to tell this story and do this song and dance. We can count them on one hand. Possibly two without filling up the second one. And so, like Sister Brooke said, like, we've been very, very nice. We've allowed you to come in and break bread at our resistance table, not knowing you was going to come here and resist us. And so there's a lot of bullshit that needs to be cleaned up, and this is what this movement is doing, and that's why they can't stand it. That's why we're getting so much pushback. That's why they can't just let us live and be in our own circles, because they understand what happens when we get around ourselves. Remember, that's what triggered the white folk. Because they left us to ourselves and they came back, they was like, oh shit, they over here building. Yo, Bubba, come look at this. They got cities over here. They know how to talk. They getting money. We still having sex with family members, and they build a community. That's what triggered them. Unfortunately, when we get together and build, it triggers who we were told was our brothers and sisters from the diaspora. It's triggering them too. Because the same exact way that the white supremacist whole identity is built on the racist tropes that they were force-fed and indoctrinated to believe, going back to A Time to Kill, if we just imagine that a lot of our Afro-immigrant brothers and sisters, quote unquote, are white, they sound just like the white supremacists, because their identity is built on those tropes too. Who are they if Black Americans aren't lazy and don't want to take advantage of opportunities? Who are they? Who are they if they have to admit that they voluntarily immigrated into a country that was systemically targeting Black Americans, that still turned around and helped to get them over here? Who are they? If they come here and instead of helping us get justice by any means necessary, subscribe to the edict of just having a better life for me and my family by any means necessary, regardless of who I got to step on over here and regardless of who I stepped over there to get here. That's there by any means necessary, unfortunately. And so when the sister comes up, and I say sister loosely, because again, she did say some of the same trick words we heard, and yes, my ancestors are here. They're born here, right? They start doing that when they don't want to say where they're really from, because they understand it's going to really kind of strike everything saying out as null and void. But this is the song and dance. This is one of the tools of left-wing white supremacy. When we start focusing on our lineage alone, all of a sudden it becomes, yeah, but they made Malcolm X together. But you only mentioned the Caribbean side. How can we talk about what they did to create Malcolm X together, but you only highlighted the Caribbean mother? You didn't say nothing about his lynched Foundation of Black American father. And then you double down and talk about how much you benefited from the Haitians. Did the Haitians benefit from foundational Black Americans? Because you didn't mention that in your Let's Come Together speech. And so it's always a one-way
chastising of us and praising of the other ethnic groups. And we just had enough. And I'll land here because xenophobia is a word that gets thrown around a lot. And Sister Brooke said this in the Caribbean Corner conversation. We ain't never forcefully or violently attacked anybody that's non-FBA. But you can find examples of that all across the Caribbean and damn sure on the continent of Africa. But we're the xenophobic ones. All we're saying is hold your own nuts. Hold your own Bammy. Hold your own bushmeat. Hold your own roti. Hold your own ackee and the saltfish. That's it. If you can't help us, don't harm us. And we can promise to do the same. And then and only then can we build a true unity and alliance. Because right now, telling me, oh, you can't get it if I don't get a piece, that's not allyship. That's a bad business deal. Now land there.
I'd give 2 bombs, one for each of them. 2 bombs.
I remember what I forgot.
Go ahead.
The Haitians helped us part.
Good.
Now, I celebrate, the Haitian Revolution. I respect it. I've learned from it. I read it. I read about it. I learn about it, and I completely 100% respect it. But I want y'all to be honest. Y'all know y'all made our block hot, right? They smashed down on us harder when you guys had your revolution. It did not help us. Now, it may have given us morale.
It encouraged.
Encouragement, exactly.
But it encouraged because now they turn up.
Let me finish, please.
Okay, good.
If you could. Encouragement. I'm not discounting that. But the laws became tighter. The nooses became tighter. The dogs became more plentiful. The slave catchers became more plentiful. The big business, because it was even in the movie in Feast of All Saints, that's what they were saying. They were saying that this would never happen because they clamped down so hard on them here that they will never revolt here. That is what one of the Haitians that came over said in that movie. So when we talk about this, we have to keep it in context. Like Sister Keisha said, my big sis Keisha says, we have to have it all in context. And the context is, yes, it gave us morale, but it made the laws tighter and the nooses on our necks tighter. And I don't say that you shouldn't have done what you had to do so you can make the laws easier for us. No, still do what you do. But we're going to tell the truth about this history, though. And then I'll
tell you, boy, bombs is being thrown. Bombs is being thrown. Thank you, Sister Marcia put the link for the movie.
Sister Brooke did that.
Oh, Sister Brooke, sorry. Put the movie link in the chat. You got to check out the film. Sister Marcia, your final thoughts and commentary.
I'd like to thank this great conversation. This was such a thought-provoking conversation. And I'm going to butcher the word. I think it's disaggregation. I think it's very simple for us to, thank you, President Devine. I think it's very simple to in disaggregation or disaggregate talk, because when they were talking about Melissa, they said they have 500,000 Jamaicans in America. or in New York specifically. They have X amount of Haitians specifically in New York. You know, all the countries that Melissa was tailgating, they were specifically, the newscasters that is, able to say that this country and the amount of people in New York City or New York State that is represented, if they can say that, then they can have a real disaggregative talk about reparation in New York City without trying to bundle in everyone, because they do it when it's to their advantage. And so we all need to be clear about that. Don't use us as leverage for one opportunity and disadvantage people who are native to the land in another opportunity. It's not fair. And I'm all for the fairness of society and human nature, because I feel like what is. So that was the one point. And again, I think in the terms of education and looking forward to providing right knowledge to our children, we have to look at this whole Bush era of No Child Left Behind. It's pivotal because these are the children right now that are doing whatever someone else tells them to do. These are the adults that are saying, oh, they said do this, because they created a population of people that are yes people. And we need to be able to re-educate these people to be independent in their thought. They are not independent in their thought right now because they went through social promotion. Oh, I say yes and they'll let me go here. I say yes and they'll let me go up. So they keep graduating and they don't understand what the next step is. So they have a huge, what's the word? Arrested development when it comes to social and political continuity and how to really work with us and understand their position, whether and from wherever they are in the diaspora. So if they are native to New York or the United States, they need to operate as a native to New York or the United States. And they don't know how to because they've been socially constructed to keep moving forward and be yes people. And the last thing, please don't call the brother or the man W.E. Du Bois. He is not a bois, he is a voice. And let's keep that clear. A bois is a wood. It is foundational. It looks to roots. I am a bois. I come from a bois family, and I do not want to be connected to a voice because he is of wood and not the wood. I am wood. I am rooted. I am from the ancestral grounds that created this universe that's here right now. He was attached to whatever. I went through those systems. I went through the, as a young adult, looking for my place. I went to NAACP and I was like, this is not a place for me. I went through the Urban League. I said, this is not a place for me. I went through the UNIA and a lot of other Pan-African groups. And I saw that they were not a place for me. And I understood that I'm a free thinker and they didn't like my thoughts. And that's okay because my mate is there. My match is out there. It's just not them. And that's all right. And for the last thing, it is that, we have to look at things with a real thorough eye. As we are on Thorough Black Talk, let's keep being thorough with our research and our understanding because a lot of things seem surface and there are deeper consequences in the legacy of this Black history in the United States. With that said, make time for, Africans on the Rise is having a program tomorrow night on Zoom. If anyone wants to join, go to Africans on the Rise on Instagram. You can find us there. And we are going to show the movie Fences and talk about legacy and the father's legacy and how that impacts our conversation, because so many times Black men are put at the background, and we need to really understand the complexity of Black men. And I think that movie gives us a real good understanding of why things are so complex. So come join us. It would be great. It'll be fun. And after that, may time flourish. And if time may not flourish for you, fight with it. Make it flourish. Sister Keisha, Brother Devine, Sister Breuck, thank you for a great conversation. I salute you all on great work. And Kathy Dean, my heart goes out to you, sister. Keep pushing forward. You are an elder. You teach us to be great. Sister Keisha.
Thank you, Sister Marcia.
Sister Keisha, can I just say one thing real quick before you close it out?
Go ahead.
I just wanted to say, I know I saw it in the chat thing. I think it was Sister Breuck that mentioned the shirt. Talking about Mr. T is one of her favorite people. I just want to say award is in honor of what happened to us, at the hearing. I just want to say that I pity the fool that thought we were fools and that they was going to fool us. And so this is why I want to give honor to my man, Mr. T, a proud foundational Black American.
Could I add something?
Yeah, please.
I love it when a plan comes together.
Yes. All right. That's right. My man, B.A. Baracus. So, yes, that's all.
I'm going to just say I need y'all to send them emails. The link is in the chat. Send those emails. Have your family members send those emails. And some of your friends, even the ones you don't like, let them send the emails. I don't care. Send the emails. I'm going to have crackers and everybody send the emails by the time I'm done. Everybody going to send the emails. But we appreciate y'all for coming and rocking out with us in this extended version of Thorough Black Talk Worldview. Next week, we will be discussing the scam of DNA genealogy testing. We're going to go in, and we're going to go in heavy. So remember, family, we are always Black. We are always thorough. God damn it. And this is our worldview. Good night.
On the Brooklyn Bridge tonight, voices strong, knowledge tight. Thorough black talk in the air, changing minds, changing flair. From Brother Tad to Sister K, warriors got things to say. Sister Marcy brings the heat, Brother Blacksmith keeps the beat. Revolutionary waves, they fly underneath the open sky. Every word's a call to fight. Tune in, feel the ancestral light. Thursday nights the world will see Black Power Media on the spree. Facebook, YouTube all aligned, breaking free from every bind. Social talk and politics, every voice breaks through the matrix. Commentary raw and true, for the many, not the few. Revolutionary waves, they fly underneath the open sky. Every word's a call to fight. Tune in, feel the ancestral light. Social talk and politics, every voice breaks through the matrix. Commentary raw and true, for the many, not the few. Revolutionary waves,